Forget it. It is 7 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the old Rick and Bubba Show. Kickoff hours live, and we thank you for joining us as we start day 3 at our new home in the year 2022, which is also the 28th year of the Rick and Bubba Show. A lot happening there. A lot of firsts this year, and we thank you for being a part of the show. Eddie Van Adler, he's here. He's got TV rolling. Old young Scruggs is here running around with his little engineer hat on. The little gremlins, for some reason, come in when we leave, and then when we arrive, I bet you it's a party in here for them because they just mess with everything, all the buttons and everything. We have got a lot planned today. Rick and Bubba University will start next Thursday for those of you that subscribe and get notifications for our podcast, Rick and Bubba University. It's a standalone podcast that, is able to feature long-form interviews where we can sit down and talk to guests and not be in a hurry or try to get to a commercial break. We can just have a long conversation with them, and we enjoy doing the podcast every week. It publishes on Saturday morning, and we record them on Thursdays, and so that'll pick up next Thursday. Well, without further ado, you heard me mention Adler, and in the studio to my left is Greg Burgess, and to my right is Michael Helms. Guys, what's up, man?
Hello,
y'all good?
hello. Good.
How y'all? Everybody
Excited
focused?
to be here today. How about y'all?
Yeah.
I'm good.
We've
I'm
all
good.
got blue on today. Or is that black? You got blue. Or is
That's
that
gray.
black? Gray?
Yeah.
Wow.
We're all solid.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. How about that?
Solid.
My wife told me yesterday, she goes, hey, I like the shirt that you wore on Monday, but you need to stick with solid colors on TV. I thought, well, okay, honey, I will.
Wow. She told you.
She
Let
did.
you know.
Pushed
Told you
me
to
on my own
shut up.
property.
Let me say hello to Amanda if you're tuning
Yeah.
in right now. Amanda, what's up? Why you up so early?
I sure did.
I feel like I'm out of the loop on something, and it's my fault, but I got to dial it in.
You're
because
usually in the loop.
I know. Well, who was the first one to watch Yellowstone? Was it you, Greg? And then you brought us
I
into
was
the
early.
loop.
I know that.
You were early.
I think.
And then I wasn't far behind you because of the way you came in talking about it. But for some reason, with season 4, I don't know why, but I haven't watched it, and I can't explain it because you two have come in talking about it. Hey man, did you see it? Yeah, and y'all being respectful of me. Hey, Speedy, you're not up to date. Right? Okay. Well, Greg, you and I need to talk. That's Helmsy talking to you. And I just feel like I'm so far out of the loop. But I will tell you this. It's on Paramount Plus.
The whole season.
But if you go to Paramount Plus, the streaming service, okay, which is a all-access CBS deal, it's not available there. It's available on Peacock or
That is
something.
weird.
You can get it on Paramount. There's two. This is
Paramount
where
Plus you can't.
there's two different Paramount apps.
I know. There's a Paramount channel.
No, you
I
said
have the
Peacock. It's on the old. For some reason, it's on the old Paramount,
Which I deleted after Paramount Plus started because you had the
why would you need both of them?
all access CBS app, and then you had the Paramount app that Helmsy's talking about. Well, when all access CBS app, whatever it's called, when it became Paramount Plus, then I was like, well, I'm going to delete Paramount because why have two of the same thing?
Well, and what's strange is you can watch basically everything that Paramount Plus offers. The new 1883,
yes,
which is fantastic, by the way.
That.
Yeah,
but you can watch that,
which is the prequel to Yellowstone.
But you can't watch Yellowstone. It's the strangest.
I
thing.
know it really is,
Yeah.
and we're up on 1883 on Paramount Plus.
Let me ask y'all this: how come the 4th episode of 1883
That's a good question.
came out?
And Amanda's really on me because she thinks I'm stopping it for some reason.
Okay,
Thank you.
We're having the same
I'm
conversation.
like, babe, I'm serious. I would like to see it too, but it's just not
I
out
keep
there
going
yet.
to Paramount Plus, and it just shows the 3.
Well,
I know.
I've already seen
got-
those.
They
I
haven't
got
updated it.
I got
They
to
usually
tell you,
release it every Sunday, I thought.
all 3 homes are the same then because we went Friday and looked, we went Sunday and
We're doing
looked,
the same
and then Terry claimed, well, it's probably a Tuesday thing because some of these bizarre shows go, well, we're going to release new episodes on every Tuesday.
Yeah.
It didn't release then.
I thought it was
So,
every Sunday.
I did too.
Yeah, but anyway, the reason I bring up Yellowstone is I don't know if you guys heard this or not, but it has broke records. The record for the most watched cable TV show in the last 5 years happened Sunday when more than 11 million viewers tuned in to the live season finale of Yellowstone.
Yeah.
Season 4 finale.
And I'll be honest with you, it didn't really have a cliffhanger like, I guess last year
Careful
was when
here.
everybody got shot. was a huge cliffhanger.
Right.
Yeah.
This year, it's nothing like that.
You're right.
It's not that big cliffhanger.
Do you know who? And y'all might have already researched this, but do y'all know who had the record for the other? But prior to this,
Squid Game.
Seinfeld.
The Walking Dead set the record in October of 2017 with 11.4 million viewers
I used to
watching the
watch that.
season 8 premiere.
Is it still on?
Yeah.
You remember we
it
got
is.
into that for a while.
Yes, we did.
Then it got I just got
Right.
I mean, it was bizarre from day
Well,
one. But
I had to pull back when I was like walking through the grocery store, and I felt like the Walking
Yeah,
Dead
it's
was going to
scary.
come around and come down the aisle and
but
get
it was really good
You know?
at first.
Well, yeah. If you watch an episode or two of that and
And
you
you
go
start
anywhere, you start looking over your shoulder.
Yeah, you start binge watching.
do. Well,
All of a
you
sudden you hear, and you're like, "What's that?"
yeah. Once
Yeah.
Carl and Rick and all them got killed,
Yeah.
it just wasn't the same.
Yeah, I know. But
Did y'all ever give the one? What was it? There was a spinoff to that too.
Yeah.
Yes,
I know
but
it.
Fear the Walking
Did
Dead.
y'all ever watch any
Never
of that?
watched.
I watched a couple of episodes of
I
that.
didn't get that. What was it supposed to be? Just another group or before or
I don't know. It was set at another time.
I don't know.
And I don't know if it was all. I don't know. I have no idea. But I know that Terry and I watched a little bit of it, and I can't really remember when that was set.
Yeah, it was a prequel, right?
Yeah, I think
Was
so.
it?
Yeah, I think
it was.
Yeah, I think you're right.
It was
Adler.
like on an airplane, right as the breakout was starting to happen, something
that's
like
how.
that.
Yeah, I think that's how it started. I
And people
can't
were
remember.
like, "Oh no, something's about to happen."
Oh, I remember that part.
You remember that part? Yeah, it was
they were like,
good.
wait a minute, something's up.
Yeah, and then it had a totally different family and their struggles and how everything
I
was.
can't keep up with that.
But yeah, I didn't stay with that.
But the original now, because when I first saw it, there was a bunch of seasons already on Netflix, and I
Yeah.
binged it and I got into it. But then I had to wait for the new, and then once they got to like the guy with the dreadlocks and the pet line and all
Yeah.
that, it got weird.
yeah.
I just
Yeah, I'm like, wait a second, wait, we've got a pet lion
Yeah.
here now.
what's this guy?
Zombies okay, pet lion, I'm out.
yeah.
Can't happen.
So on Yellowstone, there is one advantage to what I've done. Okay, and that is I have waited. So now if I can figure out how to watch this dang thing,
Yeah.
I can binge watch season 4 and not have to sit there and wait a week for every episode
Well,
to come out.
I tell you what you could have done. After the finale, they showed the whole season.
Uh-huh.
You could have DVR'd it. Huh?
Yeah. You're right.
there.
So there.
Did
there's
you
that.
say DVR?
He did.
Fast
Like it's
forward
2020.
I'd use it all the time. Fast forward through the commercials.
like Biden said, it's going to be a great 2020.
Sure.
Okay, so that's not a feature.
no,
still on
you-
mine?
hey, you
I
know what?
Well, y'all don't. Y'all gave up your. Which I need to give up that.
No, you're right. It's the on-demand feature of a box, basically.
Yeah, whatever.
Whatever
You
if it's
record it.
cable or whatever. Yes, you
You
can
just
record it.
there's two
And I
different.
can't tell you what you can do is you can watch it.
Because
I can.
evidently a lot of people are struggling like you, Speedy, and don't know where to find it.
It's very frustrating.
You've got to just go to your streaming device and put in Paramount. You're going to see two different apps.
Mm-hmm.
One of them's going to be a darker blue logo. That's the one you watch Yellowstone.
yeah.
If you
That
want
is
the
weird.
lighter
Why do
blue, the bright blue, the nice looking one that's the new one, then that gets you everything else.
That's it.
What you would
That's it.
think would be where
One-
the show would
I
be
know.
on.
One mirrors the Paramount channel, and the other is just a streaming service that Paramount apparently owns everything. You got CBS, you got
You coulda got your
Smithsonian
VHS
Channel,
recorder
MTV, VH1, everything. The whole slew of them.
You could have taped it on VHS.
That's what I could have done. Dadgummit. Well, anyway, the numbers are out, and it broke all kind of records. The season 4 finale, it had a ton of viewers that jumped in. It had more than 11 million viewers, breaking the 2017 Walking Dead season 8 premiere as the most watched cable series finale. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour, kickoff hours live. Thank you so much for tuning in. It's the Good Time Gang. That's right. Eddie Van Adler. I'm Speedy. There's Greg to my left. There's Helmsy to my right. And we are rolling. Rick and Bubba join us right after top of the hour. All right, so I got an email in the break. And just a quick update because we asked a question. We were talking about Yellowstone breaking all kinds of records with their season finale of season 4. And over 11 million viewers tuned in Sunday night for that. And then it broke the Walking Dead record. And then that spun off into what was it Fear of the Walking Dead? What was that?
Yeah.
And it was
Fear of Yellowstone.
Yeah, and we were talking about
that's not it.
Fear of the Walking Dead and
Speedy was scared.
When was it in the Walking Dead time frame? And Adler says it was kind of the prequel, which he was right. And we got an email in the break. It says it was the outbreak. It's when the outbreak first happened in L.A. It was like when the Walking Dead first happened before Rick woke up or something. And so that's kind of Fear of the Walking Dead. But now apparently it's in its 8th season and is in the same time as the original. So they're somewhere between Texas and Virginia or something. But that's the update. We had talked about it, and that's the update on Fear of the Walking Dead. I have not watched it. But anyway, that's the reason it came up, because it broke that record. Yellowstone did. All right, so we were talking and just about life and different things that happened over the last 24 hours. And Helmsy, you brought up the fact that you saw someone have a mishap in the gym.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Somebody fell on a treadmill.
Boy,
no. Really?
So this was late yesterday. Go ahead, Greg.
That happens more than you think.
Yeah.
I'm surprised it hasn't happened to me yet.
Me
Because
too.
I'll
I've came
get to
close a
listening to
couple
something
times.
or paying attention to something else, and
Careful.
I'll catch my foot,
Yeah.
I ripped my headphones up.
But I witnessed it last night, and it was, I didn't know where to look, what to do.
Go down pretty hard. Did he go down pretty good?
Yeah, he did. And younger guy, which helped me thinking he would recover quicker.
Right.
As far as like lasting injuries, if there were any. But it was so there was a lady
Pretty
to my
funny,
left, a lady to my right, and then he was the next one on the treadmill, probably in his early 20s.
Oh, young.
And he had been running. That was what was funny to me, that he had been running, but he fell when he was walking.
Really?
So he had
Dropped
stopped.
his guard
He
a
had
little
kind of recovered from, I guess, running or what. He'd been running a good long while, and he was. So you have these. I mean, there's probably 20 treadmills a line.
Oh, yeah.
And then half of the treadmills right behind it, I'd probably say 3 to 4 feet from the back of the treadmill, there's a wall. And that's it. Luckily, the treadmill was not going fast enough to sling him into the wall.
Oh, boy.
I don't know.
We've all
I don't
seen
know
that on
how
video.
he caught his foot because I wasn't watching. But I heard him start to stumble, and he hit face first. Like he went tumbled over.
Oh,
So
really?
head was headed this way,
Oh, boy.
and he was walking at this point.
Wow.
Hits here, and it just slings
Slings
him.
him. That's
but
the-
it
the
wasn't.
sling is the best
But it
part.
wasn't going fast enough. So I heard him stumbling, like that.
Did he
And
scream
then I
like,
saw him
"Help
fall.
me!"
Well.
How
So
embarrassing.
I immediately do the whole left right. You know how you step off of
Oh,
it, left
yeah.
right. Didn't stop it. I just left righted it,
And then you fell.
and I looked to my right, and
then-
2 ladies engaged, and I thought, okay, just act like
Were
you
they
didn't
close
see it
to
and
him
move
when he
on.
fell?
Oh
Or did he have
yeah, they
somebody
were
beside
right.
him?
They were right next to him on
Okay,
both
so-
sides of it.
Did you say act like you didn't see it and move on because you were embarrassed for him, or you didn't want to help?
Well, there was no. I wanted to help. That was my reaction
wouldn't
of
have
the
wanted to help.
2-step
Oh,
off
we
of
know
it.
that, Greg.
I wanted to go. My natural reaction was take a step off the treadmill, and I leaned towards him. But then when I saw the ladies there, I was like, I don't want to bring so much attention to the guy. It's going to embarrass him even more.
Oh, that's where you
And
went.
so I
I
just
agree with that.
So so then I went into this for 30 seconds to a minute. I'm just guessing that's how long it was. I acted like I didn't see it.
Yeah.
But then,
Then you just went back to
but
working.
then I went back to kind of looking over there, going, "Okay." He was walking fine. There was no limping. He was just embarrassed.
gonna say, how
His
embarrassed
face was red. You could tell, and I heard him tell several people, "I'm okay." So if I w'd have went over there,
He got
he'd
tired
have had to
of
tell
telling.
me,
Yeah.
"Hey, I'm okay."
and you said he was
Um,
crying?
No, Speedy was not
Now,
crying.
if Speedy would have been there, he would have been doing chest compressions on the guy before he hit the ground.
Greg, here's what I think we probably should have done. Let's fall somewhere in between what I would have done and what you would have done.
Okay.
Huh? Which
Because
probably,
like that lady that day, you scared her half to death.
No, Greg,
the fall wasn't that bad, but
we
the
saw,
shock.
We saw a lady trip over a little curb walking into a store. And it was in the middle of the parking lot.
Yeah.
And she was elderly, had a purse
she wasn't
in her
that
hand.
old.
No, she was on
Greg,
up
she
there,
was old.
Greg.
She's in her
She was
70s.
No,
Yes, she was.
No, she
Yes,
wasn't
most
that
got-
old.
Yeah.
Greg, and she skinned her hand.
63.
And you said, let's go.
No, I didn't. I didn't say let's go.
I just wanted to go over there and make sure she
No,
was
you
okay.
ran over and scared her.
I didn't jump on her.
I
or
didn't want
anything.
her. I saw she was okay, and I didn't want to bring
Greg,
attention to her and embarrass
Greg,
her.
you couldn't know she was okay. She had just fallen.
She looked at me, and gave me a like
Huh?
I'm okay.
She skinned her little hands up. How about when you skim the palm
I
of your hand up when you fell when you're little? Get some rocks stuck in it.
But at one point when you were over there, she was like, "I'm okay. I wish you'd leave."
No, I don't think it was that.
Well, something.
I mean, you were pulling on my shirt, almost ripped my collar.
I saw clearly she was fine. I didn't want to embarrass
So
her.
Helmsy, did you fall in between what we would have done? Or it sounds like you were more Greg, really.
Well, like you said,
and I
how
know-
many people need to get involved?
That's the thing.
If
is
he was
I,
laying over there and nobody was paying him no attention,
I was
But
able
maybe
to
just one
rationalize.
considerate. Hey, you good?
I was able to rationalize that this guy doesn't need my help.
and he wanted it all to
he's
go
got-
away.
He did. He wanted to go all, and I would have too.
Yeah.
So I kind of put myself in his situation and just said, there was no sense in me saying anything at this point.
That's the way I think about it.
Matter of
most
fact,
people that fall.
I hope this is what happened. I hope he left there thinking, well, that guy didn't even see me, so I'm good there.
Yeah, that's
You know
one
what I mean?
person that because everybody else saw me, and I feel like an A.
So this is obviously your latest. This just happened within
This
24
happened
hours.
last night. This happened within
I wish he was somehow
12
shot
hours.
over.
12 hours.
I wish he'd have shot next to the person, cut their feet out from under them too, and it'd been a double pile up.
Yeah.
Now, that's a good one.
Can I ask you, when's the last time you saw? Was it the last time you saw someone fall in public? Was it with us?
I think
just
it
me.
was.
Okay. I was. I was
That young lady that fell.
Terry busted it the other day.
Oh,
I'm
did
talking
she?
about fell hard.
At home?
Got up laughing. It was on Christmas Eve.
At home?
You wrapping presents, yeah. She tripped over a gift and went into the wall. I'm talking about made a racket. Huh?
You didn't even try to help.
Well, I kind of started laughing first, and then I said, well, maybe I need to find out if she's
Then you
okay.
saw the hole in the sheetrock. You're like,
Yeah.
okay.
I hope the little fella's okay today.
Now he's a little fella. Wow.
Well, he's young.
Next time you're in there, you're gonna see him and go.
I know.
I know.
You gonna say sorry I didn't help?
Yeah, tap him and go. Hey, you busted it.
Hey,
Or something
buddy,
like that.
I acted like I didn't see you, but I did,
Yeah,
and you busted it.
You're wrong.
Well, why were you crying?
You little.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes till top of the hour. It's the kickoff hour with the Good Time Gang. Hope you're enjoying yourself. Eddie Van Adler is here. Greg to my left, Helmsy to my right. I'm Speedy, and we are rolling for day 3 in our new digs. Check us out. As we come on back, I've got an interesting story. You know, this world is a weird one. You know, a lot of people go, especially those that are our age or older, it's like we don't even recognize this country. And there's tons of examples. We could do a whole show about that. But this is probably one of the latest examples of, hey, this is a weird place right now. I've got a story here, and I want y'all to see if y'all can see what's going on here. What do y'all think about this? And I think it's pretty self-explanatory, but see if you can tell.
People have companions, but mine is actually color. The child said on the skateboard that I should marry the color pink, and he was being sarcastic. He's like, "You like pink so much, why don't you marry?" I'm like, not a bad idea.
Do you take the color pink, be the one you not only give love, respect, and compassion to, but also allow yourself to receive the same love from?
I do.
We've got a lady that married the color pink.
We all have made that statement before. Somebody keeps talking about, won't you marry that? Yeah, we do that around here.
Right. Well, apparently a woman married the color pink in Las Vegas, in a Vegas wedding. Many people joined the celebration. The wedding ceremony was at noon Saturday when she was the first person to marry a color.
Oh, my goodness.
If you had to marry color, what color would you go with?
Oh, man.
Chartreuse.
I've noticed you'll go chartreuse when asked to pick a color.
Yeah.
Yeah. How about that?
Let's see, Carolina
What'd you
blue.
marry?
Carolina blue.
That's a good one.
That's a good
Yeah.
color.
Yeah.
I like that.
It's a good one.
Probably not pink.
Won't you marry pink?
Y'all,
I can hear
there,
somebody make
there was
that.
a ceremony and everything.
Do you know how many things you've told Speedy not to marry?
A lot.
Wow.
A lot.
Apparently,
Couple we can't mention.
can't ask us stuff too. But
Yeah, my goodness.
so
Speedy just messed everything.
Well, you will not let
good
that
Lord.
go.
He told about it.
I got in trouble about it. Got reprimanded. Thought I was going to get slapped.
So we can't ask a question?
No, I know I did.
No, I'm saying I ask you, why would you ask that? That's all I said.
So we wouldn't show up confused or worried about it. I think it was a pretty simple question. Probably pretty logical. All right, so
I must just be a dumbass.
well, on this one. All right, so we have an update. We have an update too. All right, we have Antonio Brown has come out per his lawyer and tried to clear everything up. Basically, says Coach Arians is lying.
He's lying.
He said that he had an MRI on his ankle that revealed broken bone fragments that were stuck in his ankle. He had missed a couple of practices that week and clearly had an injury when Bruce Arians said he didn't even know he was hurt. And he said he didn't quit, he was cut. He didn't walk away from his brothers, he was thrown out. He said being fired on the sideline for having a painful injury was bad enough. Then came their spin where Coach Arians has denied on national TV that he even knew about my ankle. That's 100% inaccurate.
Well, then why was he dressed?
Basically saying he's lying.
Why was he dressed?
I have no
If
idea.
he's hurt, if he's that hurt and he can't play, why are you on the
I
field
have
with
no
pads
idea.
on? Because if you're doing that, I assume you're going in.
Yeah.
Unless you got hurt during the game, and he's acting like he had a pre-existing injury. Right?
Yeah.
So if you're there with you pass, and plus let's go by look at everybody's track record here.
Mm-hmm.
Are we going to believe Antonio Brown? Or are we going to believe Bruce Arians? I mean, just based on behavior in the past.
Right. I can't.
all I can go
I don't know. Another update is that Jim Harbaugh, you mentioned yesterday that he might be interested in the NFL and the Las Vegas
I heard the rumor
Raiders, and that's true. There's a story about it, but not just the Raiders, maybe the Bears.
The Bears.
So does he leave Michigan for the NFL? Does he go back? What do y'all think?
I think he's going.
Do you?
Yep. I don't know why. I don't know what I'm basing that on.
Yeah. I don't either.
Can somebody put some dirt in that hole?
Yeah,
I mean, my
we
goodness.
just left
his contract at Michigan, I think he makes about it's incentive based. Remember, he changed all that.
He had like one of the biggest, and then he went.
It's like $4 million, 4 point something million, but
Right.
he can make up to 7 or 8 million depending on. So I don't know.
This year, I bet he hit all of his goals,
I
except
think
for
other
the
than
one
winning.
the
Yeah,
national
I think he
championship.
would have got an extra million for winning.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Also, educate us, if you don't mind, Helmsy, on Novak. Denied entry into Australia after a visa mishap, facing deportation. I mean, we talked about this, that he got a medical exemption for the Australian Open.
He's been very outspoken about, hey, I shouldn't have to tell y'all my medical history. And he's even said things like, I'm not telling you whether I'm vaccinated or not. He's done the Aaron Rodgers thing of the tennis world,
right?
To give you an example. So he got a medical exemption to get into the tournament, but they failed to look and go, well, can I get into the country?
Yeah,
right.
Because they have some of the biggest restrictions.
And I honestly think what got him, based off what I was reading last night and this morning, is he got on social media and said, hey, I got my exemption. I'll see y'all at the Open. Well, then the government of Australia started getting pressure to go, hey, y'all won't let everyday citizens who actually live here do these kind of things. You're going to let this guy in? And so they actually said, when you start running, they didn't say it like this, but it was more professional. When you start running your mouth and putting things and drawing attention to yourself,
now
we're going to look at you closer.
We have to acknowledge
we're going to look at that intelligence closer. And so he got there, didn't have the proper paperwork that he needed, so they're holding him in this hotel wherever they do the deportation exercises. And then evidently his case is not to be heard until like Monday. So I don't know what's going to happen. At this point, I honestly don't think he's going to get to play.
Really?
I think he's going to probably be put back on a plane and headed back to Serbia.
If he would have just quietly went through it, you think they would have let him?
I
he hadn't drawn the attention. They started catching
based-
grief from their citizens going, y'all got all these restrictions on us, and, and other people coming in.
I think so.
Right.
I think the fact that he got on social media and posted that, and it was kind of a little shut-up juice for them to go, hey, we can't let this guy sit out here and run his mouth.
Right.
So, I don't know.
Being inconsistent.
It's an interesting story. And I love watching this tournament, and he is on this tournament.
Right.
He's won 20 Grand Slams, and a lot of them have been there.
Yeah.
And so
well,
see.
basically, hey, you're showing everybody what we allowed you to do, and now we can't do that.
They actually said it in their comments that the fact that he started talking about it, we had to look into it first. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And he said anytime anybody does that, we look into it closer than we would otherwise.
But now let's move on to the secret MVP of sports. Helmsy, you were telling us about this prior to the kickoff hour, and this is extremely interesting to me, at least. And Greg, I thought you were like, you're
immediately
kidding.
thought of Greg when I heard this story. The portable bathroom business, the porta potty.
Oh, great porta potty that everyone. Oh, it's horrible to have to go
First
in,
of
but
all,
they're necessary.
I had no idea it was a $17 billion. That's with a B.
Wow.
Dollar business.
So if you.
And it's
on the
because of
outhouse
sports.
business.
They say it's because of sports. It's largely
Well, you
and
look
rapidly growing.
I don't know what they get per unit.
Yeah.
But when you go to these big events and they got them lined up and they're
So-
there for days.
Yep.
Now, this is their job. Listen to this, okay? This is when the Olympics were going on. It says 6 men riding in 5 trucks have about 90 minutes to take care of 196 porta potties. It says that equals out when you're about 40 guys per. 40 toilets per guy. So you're basically in charge of 40 toilets. This is the things that you have to do when they replace them. They take 2 rolls of toilet paper. They replace it with that from the latch holder thing. They suck out as much as possible. Okay.
I like that.
They clean the seat with water and a scrub brush. And then they give the hand, this is gross actually, the quick hand sanitizer thing, stick your hands under. They said they never have to refill them because nobody washes their hands. They want to get in and out.
Remember that next time back when we shook hands. Remember that?
He said nobody's. This one particular person said they did a Bills game one time, Buffalo Bills, and he was doing a little personal study.
The Bills Mafia, you know how they are.
He said not a single person used the hand sanitizer.
So when they look at operating expenses, the hand sanitizer, it's not that bad because we don't use a lot of it.
Yep. How about the first portable bathroom is believed to have been invented by the ancient Egyptians around the 14th century. It was discovered in the Ka tomb.
A portable?
Simply a wooden stool with a hole in it and a piece of pottery underneath for collection.
Oh, wow.
14th century. Yep.
Yeah, it's just the collecting.
And now it's
guys.
a $17 billion business.
$17 billion.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, you go by these huge events and they are just there for days.
Well,
I would handle waste for $1 million.
Yeah, I get past it.
I get past it.
Yeah. Well, I know, and I won't.
Hopefully, I'm to the point where I have other people handling it. I just
absolutely.
But you have to start
That's what I
somewhere.
mean.
You have
Yeah.
to start somewhere.
Well, I won't mention his name, but we have somebody that we know that when the Talladega Superspeedway is in action, they are paid to ride around and take care of these things, and they make good money.
Yeah.
That'll tell you what
it's worth it to them to do it.
Right.
So,
and we talked about, or Rick did, about septic tanks and cleaning that out. Have you noticed that those that want to get in there and take care of that business, they'll do just fine, because you know someone that they spent their retirement savings on building that company.
I was one of the first customers he had, and he did a great job.
But I mean,
nice
that
equipment
that
too.
lets you know if you're willing to do things that nobody else is willing to do.
That's right.
It's an industry that's not
There's a
going
market
away.
for it.
It's kind of like the
It ain't
medical
going
field.
nowhere.
The medical field's not going away. You want to get into medical, it's easy. Everybody's always going to get sick, have things wrong with them.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody's always going to crap.
Yeah, we got human waste.
We need somebody to clean it
We
up.
got to
There
deal with
it
human
is.
waste in
Yep.
all kinds of situations.
That's it.
Big events.
Yeah.
I mean,
No, we're not going to stop crapping.
no, we're not.
We're just not.
Okay, there it is.
I see it already. Speedy's outhouses. Huh?
Yeah.
Pretty good.
I
gave you a great slogan this morning for your business.
That was
Greg.
a good one. I love that one.
I wish we could talk about it.
I'll write it down.
Yeah. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back 14 minutes now till top of the hour. Rick and Bubba will join us right after top of the hour break for the main show. But until then, it's the Good Time Gang on the kickoff hour. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day
It is
without
8 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. This portion of the show is being made possible by GoodRx.com/Bubba. Look, if saving money is on your New Year's resolution, you need to stop right here because you can certainly save on your prescription cost. Because if you're one of those that is looking at your prescription costs, come on, Speedy, it can vary, and you know this. With pharmacies as much as $100 depending on where you go. And at GoodRx.com, the service is free, and you can compare prices at pharmacies near you to find discounts and save up to 80%. That's right, 80%. Like I said, it's free, easy to use, and works whether you have or don't have insurance. And even if you do have insurance, there's a good chance GoodRx.com/Bubba can beat your copay price. You can check it out online with their app, and from there you can find prescription savings at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide like CVS, Kroger, Walgreens, Rite Aid, Walmart, and more. So join simple, smart savings on your prescriptions with GoodRx.com/Bubba. GoodRx.com/Bubba. And compare prices so you know where to go. Or you can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so we're rolling back, day 3 here at our new digs. Is it easier coming in for you guys? Have y'all experienced or experimented, I should say, any more on how to get here?
I did this morning.
You did?
I came around, stayed on the major interstates, and no difference in time.
Was it easier because you knew you didn't have to start and stop and all that?
I don't know. I kind of like that. Maybe it's because I've been doing that other route so long. I kind of like the different one.
So when you get to that point where you go, I've got to make a decision, where do you lean now?
The new way.
The new way.
Yep.
And Helmsy, I guess, is there only one way? Well, I guess you could go around.
There's one way for me.
Yeah.
Straight shot. It's 11 minutes in the morning and anywhere from 18 to 22 in the afternoon.
Yeah.
That's what I've done at this point.
Yeah. In the morning, to me, it's 2 to 3 minutes further drive to come here. But we talked about it yesterday. It's the way home.
Now I've got a red light I'm running every morning that eventually is going to get me caught.
I know
it's
which one you're talking about.
It's one of those things where you sit there, there's nobody around, and it takes about 4 minutes to change.
Okay.
And you can see, it's not like I'm doing anything dangerous.
Yeah.
It's almost like at this time
it
it should be a stop sign. They should be flashing.
Yeah.
But I get why they don't change it. But I can't sit there for 5 minutes and wait on it. I just can't. I'm not going to.
I've dealt with that one.
So if you're a police officer wanting to write a ticket and you know what I'm talking about, I'll see you in the morning.
Yeah, get your checkbook out.
Yeah, because I just can't. I can't do it.
But you scan around, see if there's law.
Oh, I edge up, I look around. 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 And then I look around again, and then I go.
Yeah. There you go.
How about when you're in that turn
Now, what
lane?
really stinks is when I pull down there and sombody's sitting there waiting.
Yeah.
Because I can't do anything at that point.
Almighty. I have one turning lane that's like that. If you're not on the sensors exactly, it'll never turn.
Oh, yeah.
Have you ever found yourself going in reverse trying to trigger it again?
Yeah.
You're like, come on, man. Did y'all see? It's I think happened 2 days ago. I guess we had it yesterday. You just never got to it. This New York City subway fare dodger. He's 28 years old. He tried to jump the turnstile at the Queens station and broke his neck and died.
Trying to save how much?
I think it was $3. I think he's got a backpack on. And he tries to jump over, and he's having a tough time doing so.
Oh my goodness!
And he kind of gets caught, and then gets top heavy and falls, and he falls right on top of his neck.
Oh my goodness!
I'm not gonna let it hang because he scorpions. He goes full scorpion here. But man, it's I'm gonna come out of it right before he falls because it's a little bit brutal. But you can tell he's drunk in the middle of the night. And there you go. I just kind of cut away from it.
What a way to go!
Yeah.
Yeah, it was $2.75. The subway fare.
Is that what it was? Yeah.
$2.75.
He's got a 4-year-old son. Or what in the world?
I know inflation's been tough on everybody, but my goodness.
Yeah.
$2.75.
Good night.
Gosh gracious. I mean,
you need to be a little more agile if you're going to attempt that.
Greg,
I mean,
Well,
he was struggling.
Well, he's
was,
drunk.
but, yeah.
He may be agile, but
Well,
it doesn't matter how agile you are if you're
Well, the
drunk.
backpack clearly. Oh, God! Look how drunk he is. Did y'all see that?
Yeah.
He was walking backwards and was staggering everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, not good, guys. And it's coming. Oh,
He has no
Oh, he's
idea.
backing up.
His life's about to end right here.
He has no
guys.
idea.
And his hands get caught kind of at his hips, kind of here.
I'm really confused on his technique there, and I guess has he done that before? I understand that drunkenness can impair a lot of
Correct
things.
me if I'm wrong, but didn't he have a mask on?
I think so.
It's not that big of a fall.
I mean, it
either.
looks like
It's really
shows
not.
you.
That guy fell on the treadmill.
He's got a lot of He's got a lot of
much
clothes
harder
on, but I don't know if that was limiting him being able to bend his legs. I don't know, but that's sad, man. Good night. And speaking of sad, this New York City district attorney. So unless you murder somebody, is he saying you're not going to have jail time? Everybody's in disbelief. Manhattan DA. Alvin Bragg.
DA's right.
He has downgraded serious crimes like burglary, carrying a weapon, drug dealing to avoid putting criminals behind bars.
Listen to that sentence. Avoid putting criminals behind bars.
Right.
Well, that's what we usually try to avoid is putting the criminals behind bars.
It says here.
Isn't that who belongs behind bars normally?
Yeah.
Criminals?
Yes.
Am I missing that?
He
a
will
lot of
be
people.
downgrading some armed robbers to larceny. To larceny cases, it says, and he said he will no longer prosecute misdemeanor drug charges or prostitution.
Well, how about that?
It says,
Welcome to Thunderdome.
guys, how quick would you be moving from there? So if you're walking and you get mugged, or you get beat up, or you get robbed, or you somebody breaks into your house and whatever, so there's no repercussion for anyone. So it's anything goes.
Well, what does he think he's going to accomplish?
Well, he just says, I mean, too many people are going to jail
Well, build bigger jails. I mean, if you ain't got room for them.
I've always wondered that when we as a government sit around and go, well, we just don't have any space. Well, build more. You waste all of our dollars. Yeah. Maybe lock some folks up, build some new buildings for these people.
Yeah.
Because that's not going away either. We talked a minute ago about industries that are not, crime's not going away.
And don't think
in
they
a fallen
making
state.
a mental note of this. They're going, okay, well, they know what they can. And
that's right.
They ain't gonna
I'd like
charge
to
me.
see more government officials say, hey, we're building more jails because we need it.
Yeah.
Let's just do that.
Put them out in the middle of nowhere.
That's real talk.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my
It's
knees.
6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show coming to you from the unnamed studio. A brand new hour has begun. And as has been tradition on the Rick and Bubba Show since the attack on America way back on 9/11, we started this tradition, and that is that this hour starts with our national anthem. Excited that you are here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, everybody here for a brand new hour. They provided a kickoff hour for you. If you get that along the Rick and Bubba Radio Network, America's boldest radio stations, maybe you get it on our TuneIn app, maybe you watch it on YouTube live or archived, or maybe you catch it on the podcast archives every day. However you get your Rick and Bubba show, be sure you include the kickoff hour in your Rick and Bubba experience. So there he sits, the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you know him best as a silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, come on in.
You never had a chance, did you, babe?
Rick, I am great. Thank you, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba Show. as we kick off 2022 with the new Rick and Bubba show.
The new and approved Rick and Bubba show with a new lemony fresh scent. Gosh, that is it is. You know, we used to joke around that every year we'd say it's a new Rick and Bubba show. I've noticed Hannity will do that. He'll claim his show's new, and you listen to it, it's just like it's always.
Yeah, same old stuff.
Yeah, but anyway, and that's kind of a marketing ploy that radio goobs adore. So, of course, we make fun of it. But this year, there may be something to that. I mean, yeah.
There's a lot of changes, and we're getting used to it, and we'll cover some of that today. We appreciate all the input on the name of the studio, and I think, at least I've got a feeling on that I want to share with y'all, and you tell me what you think about that.
Okay.
A lot to cover today. There's a lot of things in the news that some of it is just almost unbelievable. I don't know if you've seen the district attorney in New York, some of the things he's changing.
No, you told me that. I haven't seen any of that.
Well, you hold on to your hat.
Yeah.
If you're visiting in New York, you could be robbed at gunpoint and the guy get a parking ticket.
I know that this whole thing, you know, when you vote for a communist and you start voting for communists to run your city, the way that they see the world is law and order is not a biggie.
Well, here's the thing. The guy that they elected mayor is a former police officer, and he went in saying it was going to be law and order.
Right.
And now this district attorney is right opposite, and he appears to he didn't go to odds with him on it, but he said, I know he wants to represent the public, and he's on the public service team, I think was his quote.
Yeah,
so,
wow.
I don't know. It's bizarre. We've got to add a whole lot down that way. We've got major controversy in Australia, Rick. I don't know if you're following this. Novak Djokovic, who is tied for the most Grand Slams. He's about to break the record, probably there if he gets to play. The tennis people said he can play, but hold the phone. The government is trying to deport him.
Yeah, I haven't checked in on Australia in a while.
What's going on with it?
I know at one time, the way they were handling the pandemic is bizarro, and
they're like real heavy lockdowns.
Yeah, lockdowns, and
that's not very Aussie-like.
No,
I didn't think
destroyed their economy and all that. So I assume now that Omicron or whatever it's what's good. I'm sure that they're back, and so the tennis people saying we need to have a tennis tournament people want to watch and participate in, and the government saying no, you're not going to come.
Well, it's left hand, right hand doesn't know what's going on, and he's hung out right now. I think. Hello, Helmsy.
Helmsy's mic's not working. So anyway, so they're working. Did it work in the kickoff hour?
We didn't use it.
I don't know why I'm talking. You can't hear me.
No. Signal it in. We got it. I can hear
where
you.
Speedy sits in the kickoff.
Oh, okay.
So I had no idea.
Hey, I'd be interested to see if this one works. Turn the last one on.
Guess mic.
Test one. Okay.
Yeah, it's working.
The Australian Open said, "Hey, come on, what you've given us is enough." The Australian government. And then he got up before the Australian government said anything. He got on social media and said, "Hey, I'll see y'all at the Australian Open. I got my exemption, blah, blah, blah." So then the government said, when he got there, "Sorry, we can't let you in the country. You haven't gone through the proper protocols." They actually said in their statement that because he went on social media, they didn't go that detail, but they said he got out there talking about it, and we had to look into it further. Basically, what was going on is the people that actually live there on an everyday basis, the citizens said, "Y'all can't let what y'all are doing to us every day. Now you're going to make an exception. That's a double standard."
Yeah.
So they got some heat on that, and they've shut him down. I don't think his court hearing is actually until Monday. So he's sitting at this hotel in a private room waiting on a decision. I think he's actually going to be deported back to Serbia.
Okay.
He can't work out. He can't do his routines he needs to do to be ready. And he's tied with Roger Federer and Rafael Nadal. We'll cover it more later, but it's really just the world we live in now, how bizarre it's all got. And I don't know if y'all have seen any of the video coming out of the Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas. Cars are dictating this, and you will not believe some of the cars that are coming out. Self-driving. Sony has a car now. BMW has a car that will change colors at the touch of a button. Now, you tell me that ain't taking a giant leap forward.
Good night. Look at that. Good night. Yeah.
So we'll cover all that.
Yeah, so we'll hit all that coming back. 15 minutes past the hour, and we'll unpack it. Also, college football today. Kirk Herbstreit, Desmond Howard catching some flack. for saying the same things that all of our dads would have said.
Yep.
So we'll. I don't know if current dads would say that. I've heard some that do, but so we'll come back. 16 minutes past the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
of gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, so 21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. Our website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Go there with all the information you could possibly ever want about the show is there. Yesterday's Wednesday Bible study is now archived. It's on the YouTube channel and our podcast channel if you want to go catch it. We started the first session as we walked through the book of Genesis to start 2022. A lot of new, a lot of beginning. Let's go back to the beginning. So catch that if you so desire. All right, so Bubba, a couple things we need to run down, and then we'll talk a little bit about this consumer electronics show. It looks like Helmsy has been traded from one side of the new studio to the other side. Helmsy's mic was not working today. Helms, give me a check on that one.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2. I think Greg sabotaged it because he didn't like me over there.
Right.
You think that's it?
By the way, that mic over there sounds pretty good.
It does sound good.
I wish mine sounded like that.
You know what? I always take it when I get a sore throat. I think God's just telling me to pipe down.
You're right.
So that may be divine.
Yeah.
So who knows?
So there it is. So Helms.
Well, I was willing to be seated and silent, Bubba, because I kind of thought that myself. I thought, well, God's trying to tell me something.
My goodness,
I'll just sit out a couple hours.
My goodness, he took my mic away.
Yeah, sure did. I mean, that's a big message.
But anyway, Greg, give me a check over in yours.
That'd be a check one,
All
check
right,
one.
everybody checking?
Civilus.
Check 1 2.
Check 1 2 3. Do I sound okay? What's up?
You're going to have young screws.
You know, I have heard
supposed to be getting better?
that sounds like that.
Right. So, and I know that we're all thinking the same thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because there's been so many attempts, and we're all thinking
That's a long way.
Can we just go throw the board away?
Yeah, and that's what's all entering our minds.
What's
now.
Kermit
Is
mad
that
about?
the problem is this house right here?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I wouldn't call it a house, but I mean all right, so
if we were working an accident, we'd go back to probable cause. How did it start?
Right.
And it starts with the board.
Right. Everything else same, this different. All right,
Everything we're talking on plugs into that.
Right. Believe this right here probably needs to be returned. All right, so anyway,
Anybody save the receipt?
Does anybody who
Start looking for the receipt?
Can we try another one of these? But anyways,
You know, my favorite's when you hit them buttons, Rick.
Yeah.
You're looking for ads.
You know what it sounds like? It's like that time you got a toy version or something for your kids.
Yeah.
And it has the same buttons that a real one has on it, but with the kids' toys. Well, no, that's what it sounds like. Yeah. I mean, I'm just being honest. I'm not trying to be mean about it because you know that's not my nature. Right? But anyway, but you know, hey, look, we're working through it.
Right. Rick, was it you that you bought a lawnmower one time and you tried desperately to put it together?
I
and
tried.
You couldn't, and you just took it in pieces back to the place. And
Well,
said,
I'll tell you,
I've got to return it.
my favorite part about what you just said was right after you said it, and you were trying to soften it after you said it and wrapping it up, and I had a pop in my headphones.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It's good, isn't it?
Here's one from one of our listeners today. Where are y'all on location?
Yeah. Hey, I take offense to that. The Bubba Box.
The Bubba Box.
Sounds good.
If you don't believe that, you're going to be hearing it here in a few days. But anyway,
Let's set up out in the parking lot one day, please.
Civilus.
So anyway, Bubba, a couple things that we
Old business.
Old business.
Yeah, cover old business first. Okay, so we've been talking about the name for the studio. And we've we got a lot going on here, as you've just mentioned.
Oh yeah, it's a lot.
We really don't have a complete feel for the whole setup yet. Mm-hmm. So I'm gonna make this suggestion to the audience that we table that. And let's pick it back up in about 30 days when we got a better feel for everything.
Yeah, mm-hmm. Yeah,
that's a good point.
Yeah, I think it's
because it's overtaking all the calls. It's overtaking everything on the show right now. So, and we got a lot going on that y'all don't see behind the scenes that we've got to get going to, get the feel for everything.
Right. Yeah. To me that's great and it's fun. But like you said, Bubba, we're at the point now where we have so many suggestions. Yeah. And honestly, most of them aren't very good, and so there's only a handful that really even have any hope.
Yeah,
and it almost seems like that the audience, we don't want every phone segment to be here's my suggestion for the name of the studio.
Right.
So we're just going to officially say we're not going to talk about naming the studio for a while. We're going to
table it.
And if you remember, we said this even at the Broadcast Plaza in Teleport. the studio has to take on a personality. And right now, in all fairness, when the job that was given to everybody who built this, 15 days versus the last time we built one from the ground up, and I think I've softened it to 6 months. It might have been, I think it was 8 months.
Yeah,
it took to build it, and this one's been built in 15 days. So it's personality. I mean, the golden ticket seat. There's a lot that still has to be done, and then we'll go. Hey, you know what this feels like? We don't even know about everything out here. Sometimes a parking lot, that's happened in the past.
Oh yeah,
will be part of the way things interact. So we're not going to do the let's go the phones and hey, here's my suggestion for the name of the studio for a while. Let's just table it.
I will miss some of yesterday. Some of it, and they'll be passionate about it, and it's just not good.
Right?
You're like, oh yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Okay.
We'll think no.
Yeah.
I've got one more suggestion.
How about new?
My first thought is new.
I've got one more suggestion before we totally table this.
No,
It came in
we're
as an email.
allowed. We're allowed to do it.
Dear Tick Studios.
That's
okay.
Boy.
Gotta be careful.
Yeah, don't say that a lot.
Speedy
That one will be
can't.
a
Speedy will
disaster.
never survive that. But
I had one yesterday
Dear Tick.
that called in, and bless his heart, he wanted so badly to get sausage balls in the
and
naming
he was
of
trying
it.
to work it in there.
Big boy sausage balls, plaza.
Right.
That one guy, what was the one that we put on the air yesterday? It was really bad. Ocho Mocho. Something I can't remember.
Ocho fired in there, grape lady.
Oh gosh.
They just take bits from the past and try to combine them into one big long name.
Really one
Ain't never been nowhere, big boy. We be big giant sausage balls.
Don't be mad with me, studio. For some reason, I got to look up when I talk. Like
or
that.
Mr. Allen.
And Rick too. I love and we look when
White
you
long
when you
shirt
send,
under golf shirt.
when you when you send when you send in
Wow, what a studio!
your suggestions, they are duly noted.
They are.
Okay, and your concerns.
Are we supposed to be noting?
Well, those of us that note things do. The other one that I like is people who are complaining about the wheel of meat being behind my head, because when I get right here in the middle of it, it looks like I'm a turkey.
Oh my God. I love that. Bubba, next Thanksgiving we're gonna have a ball with that.
We are.
Hey,
All right, here's my beard.
hey! I was looking at a new thing. Hey, Rick, next to you is the biggest turkey I've ever seen.
He's bigger than 2 inch.
All right.
Oh gosh, that's fun,
Easy.
guys. That is fun.
Yeah. All right. So we're
Guys, I didn't realize how big this thing was until we put another person on the other end.
You're way over there.
And as we wrap up old business, Rick, you need to thank somebody for breakfast.
All right, we'll
yesterday.
come back.
Oh, wow.
You gonna do it when you come back?
Yeah,
all in.
because I don't have it. Do you have it?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right,
It's got to come back.
Yeah, we'll come. Well, it was nice. And I want to give him a little more than that. We got a break coming after.
Yeah, we got 14 more.
And I want him to feel good about it because he might keep doing it.
Yeah.
All
Yeah.
right.
Well, it's hard to thank somebody with a mouthful.
Hey, I'm doing my turkey call and Bubba's moving. All right, bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another.
Rick and Bubba.
It is 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Thank you for being with us today. And we'll continue to work through the stories of the day. We got a lot to discuss today, so I look forward to chatting with you about it. Tonight, Man Church, Scott Gorosky, Northside Baptist, Jasper, Alabama. Go out and see The Rock tonight and find out what's eating Scott Gorosky. You know what he may do? He may look to the Word of God tonight. So let me tell you some things here that bother me. But anyway, yeah. So catch that tonight in Jasper, Alabama, where you hear us on ZZK. SimplySafeBubba.com. If you're protecting your business, look, there's nothing better. As a matter of fact, U.S. News voted it the number one security system in the country. So did World Report. So in 2021, it got best home security system. You know why? It's moved into they've modernized the home security industry. So if you need to protect any type of property, the Simply Safe system is fantastic. You install it yourself, and right now, to kick off the new year, their award-winning system is 20% off if you go to simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsor. So we're working out new stuff. One of the things, look, we've been open about this for 28 years. We enjoy food, and we're trying some different breakfast plans. But, nothing excites us more for somebody to take the initiative to provide us something to eat for breakfast.
Well, we want to thank Randy Walker. He's the manager, Rick, at Chick-fil-A Greystone. He dropped by food yesterday, and we're still working on some of that today. So, Randy, thank you for that kindness yesterday.
You know what I say? Let's go, Randy! Let's go, Randy! And if you feel led to keep doing that, that's up to you.
Yeah.
So, but let me tell you something. I watched one little baby brother. Them little minis.
I like a good mini.
Gracious.
I'll tear a Chick-fil-A mini.
You know, Greg, I don't know if you knew this. Greg likes chicken.
I love chicken.
Yeah, let me tell you.
I love Chick-fil-A.
Y'all, are y'all? Have y'all picked up out
that
there?
soup they got.
You know that world we live in now and all this. Are y'all like noticing like? Is the chicken shortage? We got a chicken shortage too, don't we? We got a shortage of everything.
I haven't noticed.
I was at
the prices.
I was at a restaurant over our vacation, and they actually came back to me and told me we're out of chicken. I said, "You're out of chicken."
That's something you never want to hear.
I think the demand is just going up and up. I know some people that are in the chicken house business. Or as it once was said in a news story, poultry home. Never forget that.
Poultry home.
That's hilarious.
I saw it with my own eyes. We just call them chicken houses, but the demand for chicken is just still going up and up and up.
Yeah.
So wherever they're at, they're needing more.
Well, I've got a guy that is an international chicken. He's in the the international market.
Yeah.
And when he told me what's causing some of this, I was like, he said we had some roosters that weren't getting the job done. He can't find no real man anyway. He straight up told me that. But like you said, as we have just taken men and emasculated them, it's even starting to affect male chickens. All right, so Bubba, we let's talk Consumer Electronics Show.
CES, a Consumer Electronics Show. Rick, I got to go to this, gosh, it's probably 10, 12 years ago. Incredible. I have never seen so much stuff in Las Vegas. Rick, it's like you go into these warehouses where they're having the show, and you walk and you walk and you walk, and then you find out that's one of like 8 buildings. It's to the point that you will go home and go, you go back to your hotel room and go, I can't take one more step. Cars have been a big thing this year. Cadillac has debuted a new vehicle they call Interspace. It's an autonomous 2-seater, which means it drives itself, and it has a single love seat inside, and they say that the passengers can have a more intimate experience while they're on the road.
Yeah.
Watch it.
But I'm just telling you what they say.
Look, guys, we're already talking about how we don't like distracted drivers. I got news for you.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing.
I know it's driving itself.
It better be driving itself.
This is the thing. Can the computers drive better than some of the idiots on the highway today?
Let me say this, Bubby. You almost took the words out of my mouth. Here's what I'm going to say just based on what I'm observing. All the suppliers are doing is catching up to the demand of the consumer. Now, you think I'm talking about people. No, I'm out there every day. All of you are driving like the car drives itself anyway. So what they're trying to do is to actually have the car drive itself so you can keep doing what you're already doing without running into things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know.
And I'm speaking on behalf of my neighbor whose mailbox is gone yesterday when a new driver took it out.
There's something about letting the computer have total control that's a little nerve-wracking. But I got to thinking about all the people I'm seeing at red lights that are texting anyway.
Yeah.
And they're not driving very good. And after driving a Tesla that drove itself in some pretty heavy traffic, I thought, the computers may be a better option here.
All right, so I know Adler's showing us a bunch of. Do we want to hit some of these? Are you doing that already?
I think that was the Interspace car that we're talking about. Sony has a car out now, Rick. BMW has a car, and they've unveiled technology that allows the vehicle to change the outside color of the car.
No.
With the push of a button, it's all electric. It'll go from black to white.
That is awesome.
That's not
good night. Look at
that. That ain't
wow.
That ain't true.
Is that wild or what?
Man.
You know what? That really saves you a lot of trouble because, when you go to a place now, because I don't know if all of y'all have seen what's happening in the used car market. The used car market has turned into the housing market, meaning you go on a lot to try to get a car, and you go, hey, I just want something, a used car, and they say, well, the used car is $10,000 to $12,000 more than the new car, and it's overpriced $10,000 to $12,000 more because people come in and say, I tell you what, I'll give you $10,000 to $12,000 more to have a car today. And they go, you could save $10,000 if we just order it for you, but you got to wait 12 weeks or so for it to get here. Well, what happens on the ordering thing, and we all know this, no color on a computer looks the way it looks when it's actually sitting in front of you.
Yeah.
So now you could literally go, well, that don't look the way I thought it would, and just change it to another color.
Think about this though, Rick. This technology, and it'll migrate to other models they have and other makers, I'm sure, over time. You literally could change the color of your car to match what you're wearing.
It'd also be a nightmare for police officers.
Oh,
wow.
You know it.
Get the
What
description.
color car was it?
It's
well, when I saw it, it was white.
It would be.
that's
Also,
a great point.
there's a video clip Adler has for us of the virtual roller coaster.
Oh my God!
And I'm not familiar with this part of the story. I haven't seen it.
Well, how are we on audio over here? Am I okay to go up with it? No. Okay, it's just me.
All
right. So
virtual roller coaster.
I'm on a roller coaster there, but I'm just sitting in a chair like a virtual game. Yeah.
Now you see what he sees on the screen behind him, and you see the white things. Those are fans that are blowing air, so you have the sensation of moving. And
well, my boys will be all about that.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
It's a pretty expensive chair, Speedy.
Yeah.
Well, have you seen these gaming chairs people have now?
Yeah.
I mean, they're pretty pricey already.
They have that Oculus VR.
Yeah.
And you hear them moving furniture around upstairs a lot because they're trying to get enough room.
Yeah. So you don't fall over and hit something.
Yeah.
Well,
they love it
because we've had the I feel like I'm on a roller coaster, but never with the chair like this and the air blowing on you and all that. So
now, Adler, you said we also have a crazy electronic drum set.
Okay.
Here in another clip.
Now, am I going to do audio on it? Am I going to hear how it sounds? Okay, all right, I want to hear how it sounds. All right, so all right, so let's. Oh my goodness, Bubba, look at the cymbals.
Look at that. That's weird.
How quickly would that be your favorite band's drummer have that thing on stage?
Your favorite techno band has got one of those ordered right now.
I love that he's playing with a mask on.
So I guess there's no real playing advantage to this. It's just the showmanship of it moving around.
Is that it? Is it just the moving around? Okay,
And
all right.
Rick, I've seen this one before.
Look at that.
Farming has got high tech.
Yeah,
and
man.
if you're on some of these big farms, the tractors will drive themselves based off the GPS and plant the fields, but usually they have somebody driving it, watching the computer screen to be sure that that it's all good. Well, guess what? They have tractors now that will just drive themselves. You sit at the house with an iPad.
What?
While you're planning, while you're plowing the field.
Well, Greg, you know what
What's
they say?
Gary gonna do?
Hey, let me tell you something. If you think that's gonna replace my skills,
Look at that.
You probably buy one of them store-bought turkey cows too.
Look at that. I mean, that's a serious tractor too, and I mean they're cutting a lot of land with that, and it does it by itself. The guy's controlling it with an iPad, GPS.
Wow,
is that not wild?
Something about that bothers me.
Well, Greg, because we all saw Terminator. I mean, these machines at some point eventually take over, and they're after us. Y'all know
if you're
that.
a farmer, though, standing at your pond fishing while that's going on, it doesn't bother you.
That's number one.
Yeah, that's you know what else too? I thought
how about
about
your butt bouncing up and down that thing all day?
Yeah. You know what else I thought about, honestly, and you've seen this. You know,
about that?
I know a farmer right now. I mean, he's 80-something years old. And he's still out there in that tractor. So if with one of these, you probably can. That farmer's going to keep on producing, even when you physically can't do what you once could do.
That's right.
And get it done. But
there's really no end to how far this could go if you have enough tractors that have enough attachments on it. I mean, you literally could just program them on a certain day to leave the barn and go do what you need done, and you just it do it automatically. I mean, if it's programmed in on a scheduler, you wouldn't even have to be there.
I can't figure out though, because it's still just vehicles somehow, and I know this would require a robot, and it's even weirder. I needed to run these errands that keep showing up on my text on the way home.
Right.
But it's
Hadn't got that yet.
It's got to somehow get out and go in the store.
But there was a lot of robots. I saw several stories on very small robots that do things, and we got to get them so they can do those things around the house we don't want to do, like cutting the grass. And I know there's some versions of that now, but I mean one that completely handles it.
Yeah.
All right, we'll come back. It's 14 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is our number. You got the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
866 We Be Big is the number. Rick and Bubba Show, we're back. The first week of the new year, everything's new. Studio new. Offices are new. The whole setup is new, and we're working our way in it and trying to figure it and work it and dial it in and fine tune it and you're looking around the studio there, big boy in here all the time. I love looking at his reassuring face every day. Still unnamed studio, but we decided we're kind of table the naming process for a while. We just think that there's too much going on right now for us to honestly really give an assessment.
Yeah, we hate to name it and then go back and change it.
Yeah, you don't want naming.
You don't want that.
You don't want naming regret. But the how about the and God love the engineers and what they're going through.
Are you back over there now?
Yeah. Test it, Helms.
They keep moving me.
Yeah.
Does that sound better?
Yeah,
it sounds good.
You can actually hear me.
Yeah,
that's why it sounds
good.
good.
Test 1 2.
I'd like to know what they did.
Yeah, Adler.
Scruggs said there was a cable down there in the processor that it wasn't kosher.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
He didn't say it like that. It was more professional and sounded like he knew what he was talking about. But it was a cable issue.
Yeah.
Got it.
To us, we just call it a cable.
Yeah.
Cable.
Got a cable
Boy,
problem.
Bubba, yesterday in my new office, I did something I've been wanting to do for years.
What's that?
Got me a dry erasable board.
Oh, I know. And I was going to help you put it up till I saw it was big as an American flag.
Yeah, well, the thing is, there's a big.
I ain't got anchors that big.
I love a dry erasable board, and when you're trying to talk about something, and here's what I've noticed too, in the whole world of calendars and things like that, is calendars are no good if you don't look at them. and I've been really, they can be an old school paper calendar, which I have that. Yep. It can be electronic calendar, but if you don't look at them, not looking at them, it just really defeats their whole purpose. Mm-hmm. And so the dry erasable is not as much for that. That's something I can use it for too, though, is just to say, here's the week. When I sit down, I'm looking right at it and go, I don't need to forget that. And but also to be able to go in there, I love to be able to talk. Saying, look, if we get over here, and I just love a dry erasable board.
You just want a chalkboard to draw.
Yeah, and I think it's the coach.
Because you used to draw on my wall when I didn't have one.
I know.
Just with your finger.
Right.
And
then you kind of feel bad with me.
But then I couldn't see what you'd drawn because it wasn't really there.
Well, I got to the point, and I was asking Helmsy about it, and I was asking, young Scruggs about it and all that. And really, Helmsy started off saying, because he saw me, I was about to make a move, and I wasn't going to get a show enough good one. Yeah. And I think Helmsy started to sense that I would have dry erasable regret. Mm-hmm. And the one thing, the way the office is set up here, the new one that we got, and I like my new office a lot, is, I got a big old huge wall in front of me that's perfect. But if you get one that's too small, then it's going to look keeby.
Right.
So I got a show enough good one. But what I wasn't ready for is, because I'm so accustomed to when you order something now, you have to get to the point to where you don't even care if you ever get it. You know what I mean? Yeah. Because if you care,
order it and forget about it, when it shows up, you feel special.
Because if you care, well, I was shocked. Totally shocked. I ordered it one day.
Yeah, it was quick.
And then I'm at home the next day, and young Scruggs sends me a picture, says, hey, somebody's dry erasable board just came in. I said, what? It was like one day. Well, I just saw it online like I was talking about. I didn't know how – I knew how the measurement was, but I didn't have any idea how heavy it would be or – hey, wow. And I went to dragging that thing down the hall. Because when you do something like that, I try not to hassle other people with it if I can. But – boy, it was big and it was heavy and it was tough to unpack. It's just show enough good. Put it this way. Let me tell you, and there was no way I was going to go over to Super Tom and Young Scruggs say, hey, can y'all install this thing? I was like,
it's kind of like Greg trying to get the TV in his office.
Right.
You don't want to do that right now. Yeah. It's low priority.
Well, I thought to myself, I don't want Young Scruggs to serve hard time for knifing me.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. And he's got young kids,
right? And so anyway, I've talked to a guy that has a company that I bring in for little odd jobs here and there, and they're going to come up and install it next week. And he made the point. He said, "How much does it weigh?" I said, "It weighs about 100 pounds." And
Speedy's buff.
Yeah, and he said, well, look, you can't. You got to hang that professionally.
You got to treat it like you would a TV.
Yeah,
essentially.
Yeah, and so they're going to come up and install it sometime next week.
You got to get you a toggle boat.
Yeah, but how about it? It's 6 feet by 4 feet, and it'll cover that wall right there in front of me perfectly.
Well, it's one of those things where it's so heavy. You know how sometimes, like if you're carrying a mattress or something, you can squeeze both sides of it and pick it up. We were trying to squeeze both sides of it yesterday. It's like you got to get up under it.
It's a lot of dry erasable board.
Yeah,
and I have the only concern.
You went with a smaller one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I just don't. I couldn't get everything on there I wanted.
He means business.
And plus, I want it to look good on the wall where it is. You know, if it's too small, it don't.
Rick,
look
I got
good.
bad news though.
Right.
I suffer from it too. You don't have very good handwriting, so it's going to look like a.
No, I got it. This is not. Most of it'll be for me.
Yeah, you can read your own writing.
But when I'm in there saying, "Hey, look at this," Bubba's seen it. My illustrations I draw are very simplistic.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't. It's not
a lot
like
of stick men.
Yeah, it'll be arrows doing this and a circle.
Rich, the only thing I'm concerned about where you've got it, your chairs of people who are guests are right in front of it. So if they push back and stand up, they could brush off your whole week.
Yeah, I didn't think about that. Yeah.
Rick,
my only concern is this one coming in and drawing pictures.
I know.
Right, and then leaving it with you.
Look,
Yeah.
Rick, if there's a hand shooting a bird, I don't know anything about it.
Oh my God.
Oh boy.
Yeah. I never thought I'd be the lock my office again.
That's one of the few that's one of the few things I draw well.
Yeah, see, here's what's going to happen. Hey, look, I have to come in. All right, here I'm at work. Let me get this picture off the dry erasable board, get my day started. You know what I mean? There it goes. Look at that gongly. Move on with my day.
There it is.
And, you'll come a point you won't even talk to Greg about it. You'll just come in and erase it. You know
Oh my gosh.
there's some motivational. There's a Bible verse. What's this saying? Oh, wait a minute. Let me get that one.
Is that Blue Origins?
Yeah,
Rick, I got lunch today. Rick, at my old job, I'm not calling any names, but we had a boss that had one of those boards and with different stuff, and I was adding stuff to it, and he was serious. He wanted me to help find out who was doing it. Greg, no, we're going to figure out who's doing this. I was going, I'll look into it.
Oh, there's nothing better to be looking for yourself. That's the greatest. That's
I was like, I'm tired of them doing that.
Yeah, I've been there. So I'm just. It's one of those things where I see us trying it, Bubba. You and I are trying to get offices this time that are stealth and simplistic. And can we stay with it? You think
I don't know. We'll do what we can do.
Yeah.
I can't make any promises.
Yeah.
I don't want to disappoint anybody.
Let me tell you something. I got rid of, and I know you said you were going to. I probably removed 75% of what was in my office as far as little just stuff laying around, on stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, look, there's my dry erasable.
Ooh, that's a big one.
Yeah.
You think I ain't fired up about that thing?
You want one of them TVs in my office? They can put it in there in yours just to get it out of mine?
No. Matter of fact, I moved the one that was in my way out of my office into your office.
You're getting a drawing now.
Top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
go. It is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here for a brand new show today. We'll get to some of your phone calls coming up. 866 We Be Big before the hour is done. And welcome back for a brand new hour. You know him. You love him. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Sometimes he looks like a turkey with a giant wheel of meat behind him.
Yes, he does. But you know what? Your feathers are beautiful. Your feathers are beautiful. So Bubba, we were. Would this fall under Wacky World?
I think it does.
Bubba, but it's got a little sadness to it.
Yeah,
I mean, it's look around the wacky.
How bizarre!
Everybody, look around the Wacky World. Stories are.
Ooh, baby.
Ooh, baby, it's making me crazy.
It's making me crazy.
Every time.
Every time I look around.
That Wacky World.
Every time Greg looks around.
And
I feel good. Rick, a sad story, but a unique way to go about it. A mother has been informed she has terminal cancer. But she has taken an ad out in a Times Square billboard to help her daughter find a boyfriend.
All right, so she sees that
Beth Davies is her name, and she was first diagnosed with breast cancer in 2004.
Right.
She was treated. However, in 2020, doctors informed her that her cancer had spread. It's now in her bones, and they're telling her it's terminal. Now the 61-year-old mom from Boston is on a quest to see her daughter Molly get married before it's too late. She says, I want to know I'm leaving her in good hands.
Well, now it's a sad story, and what Mama's saying is I've looked at the clock. Time is running out, and I want to be alive when my daughter is married. So she is now being Molly's, she says wingman, but really she's PR agent. And she's putting her daughter out there and got enough jack together to put it up at Times Square.
Yeah, it's a giant 47 by 25-foot billboard. It went up.
That's bigger than my dry erase
famous crossroads.
Yeah.
It's a picture of Beth, who is 30-year-old. It's actually one of her dating profile sites. And on the billboard, and I think you saw it a minute ago if you're watching, date my daughter. I'm Molly's wingman and her mom. And it's got a big picture of her on it.
Where are we at on this, guys? I mean,
some of the people that are going to apply, she's going to wish she hadn't. But maybe
you're right.
It'll work. But now you're going to have to weed them out. And there's going to be some birds in there.
Right.
Yeah.
The sentiment is to be applauded.
Yeah.
The execution and the results concern me a little bit.
Well, I give it to the mom for trying to be creative. I think it's funny.
But let me tell you something. It's one thing to go and fish and think to yourself, all right, in this particular body of water, I know that I'm going to catch brim, bass, catfish, and possibly a carp. Okay, but then it's another thing to go out to the blue water and just throw something out there, and I got no idea what's in there.
No,
I mean, it is.
Show up.
That's the thing that people tell me they love about fishing the blue water is you don't know what's on that hook.
No,
and so I mean, you got some things you're trying to catch, but at any moment, I mean, something could hit. You don't know what's coming in.
It could be that old prehistoric fish they catch every now and then.
I know it. So I mean,
it'll be interesting to see how this goes.
Yeah, because.
I mean, the girl is an attractive girl. I mean, it doesn't seem like she would have a lot of problem getting dates and moving forward. I guess the mom's just faced with the clock on this.
Can I say something here? And I appreciate what you're saying, but maybe you just hadn't looked close enough yet.
Rick, this is a nice, lighthearted story, and that's where I'm trying to keep it.
What I'm saying is I'm not saying that I'm not going the opposite, so don't think that. What I'm saying is there's these women, and you got to be careful. Seinfeld did an episode on it sometimes.
Rick.
She has the potential to look different radically.
You're talking about the lighting.
The lighting, she's throwing the. You got to watch some of these that hide under long blonde hair and a tan. You got to be real careful.
What is this a Seinfeld episode?
Yeah, yes. You know what I mean? That's what I'm talking about. That's what I just said.
Yeah.
They did a deal on it where she looked different. You'd see her one moment, you go, man, that's a really beautiful woman.
Where was it?
And then in different lighting, all of a sudden you would just look.
In a taxi.
Yeah, and also remember the restaurant.
On the lights,
remember the restaurant? He kept telling her to sit a certain way.
He says you called her Two-Face.
Right. I'm sweet people, and there's more to it than that. I'm just saying, careful. Go on a few dates in different lighting. That's all I'm saying. I mean, I'm not. Is that?
There's a reason that a lot of these romantic restaurants have low lighting.
Right.
On them,
yeah. See, there's the episode.
That was a funny episode.
God,
by the way.
they took on so many societal things that we never talk about in social settings.
Well, they were out there, but nobody really ever examined them in the light. No pun intended.
Close talkers and low talkers, laugh enders.
Yeah.
So I think we would. Did they do laugh ender? I bet the one we just did. But
I added it to the list.
Yeah. But anyway, but for a project like this, Bubba, for a project like this, I think she certainly is a normally attractive. She's not some person you go, boy, that's gonna be a tough job.
Yeah, right.
I'm just saying to the guys, just be careful.
She'll get some takers.
I've seen this look go bad.
Mm-hmm. Well, I give it to the mom. What a great attitude, though.
Yeah.
You know, she just that's her concern, and I understand that. I think I'd be in the same boat.
We had an intern that was that way at that time. You remember Greg? Greg, I pointed it out.
That was you.
No, you pointed it out, Greg. You pointed it out.
I don't know what y'all are talking about.
It was Adler.
Well, we did have an intern, but guys, I think this makeup is getting to a level.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
People are able to like conform, or what's it called?
That's all I'm saying.
Conceal.
Well, yeah, concealer, and then they're also like shaping their face like it's some kind of optical illusion.
Yeah,
like
Speedy
they're using gradients and scales and stencils and stuff. It's getting airbrush. It's getting crazy.
Right. It's getting crazy out there, guys.
Well,
you got to be careful. You got to watch out.
I think
you don't want to get tricked.
I know, and that's kind of what I'm saying. You were just so more specific. Right. I mean, you have to be careful. So and Bubba, they were putting the pictures up. You got to go ahead and know that your men can be shallow.
It's like it's like dancing with a girl all night, and then they turn the lights on and say you got to leave. You're like, ah,
That's different. That's
this
a different
segment's
thing.
been a little too honest.
We're talking about a different thing, but
it's different.
Now, Bubba, in the same, like when Mama June and that guy's grandmother, how's the mom? Where's she fall?
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't have any idea. Wow, your mic's breaking up, Greg. You better get started.
He's got this list.
Hey, look, Bubba's messing with Greg's mic. He's unplugging it. He's unplugging Greg's mic.
Something's wrong with Greg.
Look at Scruggs.
Well, how about this?
PTSD on this.
Sorry, it's not working, Greg.
I appreciate the mom saying, "Look, I'm running out of time. I got to find a husband for the dog."
Yeah, I know it. What a great story.
Right now, she has no idea the screening process she's going to have to go through. It's going to be a disaster.
This is Mama June said.
Now my mic's not picking up anything.
Did you say 6? Where's Scarf at?
Let's just say. Okay.
Dr. Burgess.
Well, looky here. The break time is up. Roll the bad music. Can't hear a word.
Dr. Burgess 6.5. All right, so we.
That was on the librarian scale, Greg. Come on.
By the way, 15 minutes past the hour. 866 We Be Big is our number. The Rick and Bubba Show continues. Phone calls coming up shortly at 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
right, we're back. It is 20 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. We'll get to your phone calls here coming up bottom of the hour, 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll try to work in some calls before the hour is done. Also, don't forget, if you're checking rickandbubba.com, this is a good time to go there and hit the store because now the Christmas rush is over. Probably some deals out there. Got a lot of emails for those of you who got Rick and Bubba gifts for Christmas. Hope you enjoyed those. So always take a little gander at rickandbubba.com and shop the Rick and Bubba store for the ultimate Rick and Bubba swag. All right, so, Bubba, this is going to be a big topic where Speedy's even going to throw out some feelers. We may get some guys to come in and comment on this because now the sports world, especially college football, has been just I'm really shocked that Kirk Herbstreit and Desmond Howard were as honest, and they are being honest in their commentary about the state of college football and the bowls that don't matter and the playoffs and players who won't play in games. And so they really were pretty straightforward on how they're feeling about it. Now remember, with everything that's going on right now, out there concerning athletes and the way they're treated, and this is turned into kind of a hot topic. You see what Aaron Rodgers is going through in the NFL with this MVP thing, that basically he's being punished for not getting vaccinated, that people don't want to make him MVP in the way he handled the pandemic. So it's dicey out there if you're going to have any commentary like this. But here they are. This is Desmond Howard and Kirk Herbstreit discussing players that have opted out on playing in the bowl games.
Money, the amount of money, like what's the difference as a player in saying these games are meaningless when, Des, we played in quote-unquote meaningless games. I mean, I know you guys were here a lot, but I just don't understand. If you don't make it to the playoff, how is it meaningless to play football and compete? Isn't that what we do as football players? We compete. So I don't know if changing and expanding it is going to change anything. I really don't. I think this era of player just doesn't love football.
That's what I was about to say. We're dealing with a total different mentality when we're dealing with these student athletes nowadays, especially the football players. I mean, their whole mentality right now is about the championship, the playoff. We got to get into the CFB or the CFP. And because of that, they don't value the bowl games. Now, when we were coming up, Herbstreit and myself, like, to go to a bowl game was a huge reward for a fantastic season. That's what it meant. It's like, okay, your team played this well, so you're going to be rewarded by going to this bowl game. You're going to get a ring. You're going to get swag. Now, kids don't really care about that. They have a sense of entitlement, and it's like, if we're not going to the one that matters, then, it just doesn't have as much value to them as it did us growing up.
I think.
Yeah, and and we talked about this on the air, and I even said that when we came back from the break. I said, I know people don't like sometimes when I say these bowl games are meaningless and they don't have any interest to me because they're meaningless. I said one of the things that confirms they're meaningless is the players treat them like they're meaningless.
Well, the story has now gone from what they said to the backlash that they're getting because of it. And we had a story, we had it yesterday, that Kirk Herbstreit was under fire for his remarks on college football players not loving the sport. And now Reese Davis has waded into this, and he's saying he's mad about the blowback they're getting.
Yeah, so is no one mad with Desmond Howard?
Well, I guess they're putting them in the same.
Can't be mad at him, Rick.
Yeah, right.
Can you not just
category.
have an opinion and everybody? You disagree with my opinion?
The answer, Greg, is no.
I mean, I know we're at a point that's ridiculous.
Well, you have to be willing. I hate to say it, like I can't believe what I'm about to say. Like Andy Cohen, you have to be willing to say, I'm not going to apologize. I can say my opinion, and I'm not going to apologize for having fun. I'm not going to apologize for saying what I say. That's my point of view. Whatever you got to do, you got to do. Now, if you're not willing to do that, then you have to keep your mouth shut.
Now, Reese Davis was on an episode of the ESPN College Football podcast this week, and he explained why the reaction that Herbstreit is getting angered him. So he's using the term angered.
Yeah, you're looking.
I agree.
You're seeing the tweet up here on the screen behind us, and he's saying that he's saying he doesn't care about players. I mean, his kids play the game.
Here's the thing. Look, let's just look at the hard facts. When we were growing up, do you ever remember a player not going to the bowl game?
Nope. No.
Opting out, as they say.
No, you could be.
I don't ever remember that.
No.
It was just a few years ago I ever heard anybody do that. and they refer to it as a business decision. I understand that, okay? I'm not saying I'm totally oblivious to why they're doing it, but it does speak to where your heart is in this. And look, if you think that you need to do that, that's one thing, but to me it just violates the whole, we're a team, we fought together, we came up. Look, if my team is playing, I want to be there. That would be my decision.
By the way, 100% agree with you on all that. So now let me see if I can talk to the players from just a business point of view. If it's all about business, one of the things you also going to have to think about, guys, is if you start deeming all the games other than the playoffs as meaningless, meaning you're not going to participate in them. And so now the bowls start losing their luster because, frankly, we saw wins and losses in the bowl games, and we'd all go back and say, all right, now how many players wouldn't play?
I know.
Who was injured? Injured is part of the game. Who had COVID problems and all that. But the main thing you look at, if the stars aren't playing, nobody cares about the outcome of the game because it's always tainted if they chose not to play. Now, nothing you can do about injuries. What's going to happen is your sport, because we're already all worked out a way for you to get NIL deals.
Right.
Well, NIL deals are of no value if nobody watches the games. They decrease in value.
Mm-hmm.
So if you think in college football, which now we are trying to provide a way, which I agree with, by the way, for you to be able to make some money while you're playing.
Yeah, I think you ought to be able to.
If you're a star on a team. But you're doing the thing that we just can't stop doing as human beings is you're overplaying your hand.
Yeah.
So if you start saying, I'm not playing in this game because I declare this game meaningless, or I'm not going to play in this game just because I don't want to mess up my chances to get in the NFL, the platform that's going to get you into the NFL, the platform that is going to provide you opportunity to make money in the NIL deals is going to be weakened because of your lack of participation in it. People aren't going to care about it as much more, so it's not going to be as much worth as much money even to you.
And I understand a player who's sitting here who thinks he's going to be a first-round pick going, I'm going to a bowl game. I'm not playing for a national championship. If I get hurt, it could decrease my value. Well, look, I don't have a problem with them getting insurance policies. I think that would be a great market, too.
A lot of them do.
And there have been people that happen to. I acknowledge that. But, again, there's a bigger picture issue here. Yes, you went to that school. Yes, you've performed. Yes, you've made a name for yourself. But that school has also allowed you to perform and been part of the process. I mean, it's a two-way street on this.
Well, and also the point you made that really, if we want to get down to it, and I know this may upset some people, and it's probably what's upsetting people with Herb Street and those and Desmond Howard, because here's what they're saying. They're saying, Rick, appreciate all you said. That really doesn't matter. It's a character issue. I mean, we were men of character, and men of character don't abandon their team no matter what game your team's playing in if you're healthy and can play. It's a character issue. Yeah. You care more about yourself than you do the sport and you do your team. And that's got people mad, but what they're saying is right. There was a time, and you said it when we first started, there was a time when a young man playing for his team played in the game unless he was hurt. He did it no matter the circumstances because that was considered the correct character.
And Rick, too,
it was the right thing to do for your teammates.
We've all played sports.
You didn't have to mandate.
Yeah, if nothing else.
We've all played sports, and we've all got to, at some point in time, no matter what sport you played, a point where you had to hang it up because you just couldn't play at the level you needed to anymore. And how many times do you think, though, gosh, I wish I could go back and play one more time?
Yeah.
I just can't understand the mentality of I don't want to play.
Yeah, I will tell you this, and this is what Desmond...
I know what they're saying, but I just don't agree with it.
Well, what Desmond Howard and Kirk are saying is true, because you know when I stopped playing football? When I didn't love the game anymore.
Yeah, that's it.
When I loved the game, I played. When I didn't love the game, I left.
Yep.
And so they really don't love the game. They just love themselves.
Yep.
Bottom of the hour, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Phone calls if you want to join us. Every line is available. You can comment on what we've already talked about on the show today. You can bring up your own topic if you would like. And those lines are available now, and we're about to go to the phones. Every line is available, so if you move right now, you will get in. 866 We Be Big. While you are moving to get in, mypillow.com/Bubba. mypillow.com/Bubba. Go there. Start the new year. Maybe you're thinking to yourself, look, I needed to move on this. I haven't moved on this. I've heard you guys talk about MyPillow for years on the program. I don't know why I'm not moving. Well, you need to get it done. I mean, last night I snuggled into my MyPillow, and I loved it because we've got all the things that MyPillow offers at our URL, mypillow.com/Bubba. You go there, and you're going to find, savings. I'm talking about we've got a $70 savings right now on their hotel quality towel set, which is fantastic. Get the whole set for $39.99. Also, we've got MyPillow slippers, whatever size, style, or color. 40% off. Giza Dream bed sheets and flannel sheets. Buy one, get one free. Bathrobes, sleepwear, quilts, and an array of great colors and styles, all from 100% U.S. Upland cotton. 30% off. We've got some that how about 75% off the bed pillows? 75% off. So move right now by going to mypillow.com/Bubba. That's mypillow.com/Bubba. To the phones we go, and we will start with Rachel. Rachel is listening to us out of Troy, Alabama. Rachel, you're on the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Good morning.
Hey, Rachel.
I was going to say, talking about the players opting out of the bowl games. We were sitting at home one night, and they were talking about it. My son said, well, I can tell you one thing. They didn't have a mama like mine.
Or my dad either.
Yeah,
that would not be allowed.
Not been an option. Cynthia in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Cynthia, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey.
First of all, I just want to say that we love you. We've been listening to you guys for years.
Thank you.
But what have you done with the studio? I mean, it looks like you guys are sitting at a bar. You can't see all of you at one time. And can y'all close the curtains back there? I mean, with the cars and
you don't like the open window.
So you don't like us to open the window?
Well, I mean, no. I mean, who wants to see those people coming and going to work those cars? I mean, put like a nice beach scene back there to make it look like you're looking out the window at a beach scene.
Yeah. We can put one between us on the screen.
Yeah, there's all kinds of shots. There's actually a shot where you can see everybody.
Yeah.
Sure. And when we
so
were,
they're not all in here right now.
Yeah, in the old studio, if Bubba and I were talking, it would just show the two of us, and you'd get to see our love handles, which was great. And then if everybody else was talking, he would back out and show everybody. So this actually,
my husband's got love handles too.
Yeah, well, thank you.
You know, it's funny you say that because Betty had told me she likes the shot with the window open. And I was just curious why people were
Amanda
one way or the
sided
other.
with this woman here. She didn't. She was like, "Hey, y'all need to shut that curtain." I don't know.
I like having it both ways.
I do too.
See, there's somebody pulling.
Yeah.
That'd be Greg, by the way.
Yeah. There goes Greg to get breakfast.
And see, now we're excited because we know breakfast is here.
Yeah. So I think the way it was set up, Cynthia, which I like better, is we actually have an option. We can shut the curtain. We can open the curtain.
Yeah.
So we can do both.
There were many times over there we wanted to shut the curtain.
Yeah.
Just being honest.
Many times. Many times. So there you go. So Cynthia, look, it may. Here's the thing you got to get to, Cynthia, which is kind of the thing that Bubba saw me dealing with in the beginning. There's not a lot I can do about things I can't control. The broadcast plaza and teleport is over. It's not coming back. We're not going to do that. There's nothing we can do to save it. And this is the studio, and certainly we can make adjustments to keep going. But this will be the studio for the Rick and Bubba Show till further notice, and we'll keep working on it and playing with it and doing all kinds of stuff. Adler?
Yeah, I'm working out kinks every single day, trying to improve the look and feel of it. And I understand that people spent over a decade watching you guys in that room, and they got used to everything in the shots, the angles, and everything. So we are working every single day to make it feel better. And and there are so many improvements with this setup. It is a huge change, though, and I know that people don't like change. I actually didn't have a shot that actually showed the front of Rick and Bubba's faces at the same time. Like, that shot did not exist, and there was so much clutter and stuff in the way. And so I hope eventually that people do enjoy this setup better and know that we're working on it every single day to try to make it as best as we possibly can and make people feel good about what they see.
Yeah, I think what we have now, it is set up to be more versatile, and we have the potential to make it even better as we go. But
it's
that's
growing on me a lot.
That's not going to happen in the first few days.
Yeah.
I mean, and you got to go back to this. Well, how come we can't see Big Boy anymore? Well, we put Big Boy actually inside the studio.
You can see him.
So do that. I mean, be positive about the things that y'all been asking for years that have been done. And again, I keep going back to this. This studio was built in 15 days. That's Bubba can tell you from an engineer. So there's a lot to work on, and there's a lot to dial in. But going forward with all the things that we need to do, the call screening room is much better. Adler's setup is much better, and so we're probably going to be able to do more things going forward more efficiently.
Yeah, we're working on it.
Because 14 years, a lot of things changed about the industry and the studio we were in.
Yeah.
So that what was state of the art 14 years ago, we were told, hey, this is archaic and outdated. You know, kind of like us. Let's go to now. I do miss our board, but we'll get that worked out. Let's go to Ron in Huntsville. Ron, go ahead.
Hey guys, I was just thinking you could solve the problem with the football guys with signing bonus day or signing day. You sign them up, require them to play every game that the school decides to play in. Or if they don't, they reimburse the college for the full ride that they got to go to school.
Well, I doubt you'll see that happen, but the free market may have an answer to that, and that is the NIL deals. That may be where that pressure comes from. And we have an NIL story, Rick, we'll do after this that you're going to shake your head at. And this is becoming the standard, by the way.
And Ron, let me ask you this. What team do you pull for?
Oh, I'm normally a Bama fan, but hey, I like college football in general. It's by far the best sport out there.
Yeah, I got there. And you may not be to this point yet. I'm going to tell you something that you're probably not willing to do. It may get to that point. The only way that college football fans are ever going to get college football to adjust to what they want is to refuse to watch and attend games. If it gets to the point that you say, look, the attitude of the players for me, I ain't watching this anymore. I'm not going to any games. I'm canceling my season tickets. Until fans are willing to do this, they're going to do whatever they want to do.
And what historically has happened,
because there's no repercussions.
They get mad and they want somebody to do something, but they don't boycott their team.
Right, yeah.
So their stadium is still full, and even though they're unhappy about something. When all the stadiums start being half full, then you'll see something done, and I don't think there's enough momentum to do that.
Yeah, I'll tell you one thing, man, I can't stand the way these players act today and all this stuff and these coaching salaries, whatever. Hey, have you got your season tickets? Yep.
Yeah, just ordered them.
Yeah, is the opening game sold out? Hard sell in their waiting list.
Yep.
So, I mean, apparently the product's just fine.
Yeah.
You seeing the TV money and all that, viewership, huh? So you know, when people don't see any repercussions of what they're doing, they just keep on doing it.
Yeah.
And there could be the law of diminishing return, a point where fans, I think the NFL, they've done some things that lost them viewers and supporters. College football, not as much yet, but it could be.
Gotta be careful.
James in South Carolina. James, go ahead. James, South Alabama. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. One of the things about paying the players, about getting them some walk-around money and stuff like that, college students are able to be on the work-study program, which says you can work 20 hours a week for basically minimum wage.
Yes, sir.
Every player on that team, work-study is about doing a job for the school. Every player on that team is doing a job for that school.
Yeah.
Every player on that team is restricted to 20 hours of exposure time a week with the coaches. Why don't they just clock them in and put them on work-study program?
Well, we've talked about that.
We've
talked about that for years, and I agree with you. I think that would have been a great way to go about this. The problem is the NCAA was unwilling to talk. They said, we're in charge. We are the grand poobah. Everybody take a seat.
Right.
And the players carried them to court, and they messed up because they had a chance to settle it. They carried it, wouldn't do it because they were the almighty NCAA. They were arrogant, really, honestly. And the courts have ruled against them, and now we have Pandora's box, and you will not go back the other way. Because, and look, this, if you heard what Brett Kavanaugh said from the Supreme Court, they're willing to go further with this.
Yep.
And so I don't know where it'll all end. And we have a story next segment just to show you kind of the standard of where this is headed right now.
Let's go to Nora and Aniana. Nora, go ahead.
Hi, I love the new studio. I think it's great. I think the window should be opened.
Go ahead.
People actually come up to that window and look in?
Sure. Yeah.
Unless we shut the curtain.
Yeah, and especially after we get rid of those shrubs.
Leave it open.
Yeah.
Leave it open.
Yeah, Scruggs is going to dig up the scrub. Scrubs is going to dig up the shrubs.
Thank you, Nora. And that's the thing, too. And we talked about that for years, why sometimes, the whole thing is, hey, give the people what they want, and we certainly wish it was that simple. But the problem is people have all kinds of different points of view.
Yeah.
We can do a segment on the show, and we can read 10 emails. 5 think it was the best thing we've ever done. 4 think it was horrible, and 1 says I didn't get it. So we kind of have to go with how we think it ought to go.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, we are back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Thank you for being with us on another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. And I know, Bubba, you said we were talking about these NIL deals. And I was trying to see what we used that as a theme. Was it
Wasn't it for Trump when he was running for office?
Yes, and there's so many Trump things in there now because of actually being president for a while. Is it?
There you go.
There it is.
You found it?
You know where it was? Dave or Gene?
That's funny. That's funny.
So here, that was a contest we did. Bubba would give a quote, and did Gene Simmons make it or Dave Ramsey? And it was a lot harder than you thought it would be.
A lot harder.
So the money it be flowing on the NIL deals in college football. And when this first came out, we said, "Can you use this as a recruiting tool to lure people away?"
Well,
and you, Deion Sanders has already done, over at Jackson. Didn't he do Jackson State?
Yeah,
got the
Texas
big
is offering, if you're an offensive lineman, $50,000 a year.
Yeah, that appears to be where the standard is. There's several schools now that if you go there as an offensive lineman, you get $50,000.
Right. Yeah.
Well, we have a standard too. It looks like for top-rate quarterbacks. You remember when Nick Saban said that that Bryce Young had $1 million in NIL before he ever started.
Right.
Caleb Williams is now the biggest name in the NCAA transfer portal. He's the former quarterback at Oklahoma, and he announced he was entering the portal. It's unclear exactly where he's going to end up at this point. However, former Detroit Lions and Pittsburgh Steelers quarterback Charlie Batch. Do y'all remember Charlie Batch?
Yes, absolutely.
He took to social media to tell Williams that Above Game Capital is offering him $1 million to transfer to Eastern Michigan.
Wow. Yeah, that's where Charlie Batch is from.
So we're not talking about a deal where you go in and you have an agent or your lawyer or whatever. He sent this offer to him over social media.
Yeah, guys.
And says, look, you come to my alma mater, Eastern Michigan, and we have a company already set up handling this, Above Game Capital. They'll give you $1 million to play 1 year at this school.
I really think, guys, this is the only way that we can get college football, and because right now college football has two teams, Georgia and Alabama, and they're sucking up all the players from all over the country. I think this is something that could be an equalizer. Of course, they could start handing out checks too, really big checks.
But how deep can you go?
But smaller schools, they don't have to come up with the check. Just a business that supports the school.
The former Oklahoma quarterback played in 11 games this past year, throwing for 1,916 yards, 21 touchdowns, and added 442 yards rushing and 6 touchdowns. $1 million. That appears to be the running. It appears to be where the field is leveling for top-rate quarterbacks right now.
Unreal.
Well, I'm seeing something strange. Do you see? It's like there's is there some monster coming through the trees? Look at that tree that's really what's that moving around through the trees? Look through the trees. Is it a flag or a sign or something? You know how you look, and I thought, well, the wind's blowing, but I look the other trees. The other trees aren't blowing, but yet off in the distance, right through my view, something keeps blowing back and forth.
I don't see it.
You don't see that? What is that?
Oh. Yes.
Yeah, way over there.
That's the flag at the post office.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, Bubba, let's do that again.
You guys were insane.
Yeah.
So I know that Rattler left Oklahoma.
Right.
Wasn't that what this guy was wanting?
No, this guy beat Rattler out.
Right. So now he's leaving?
Well, he did say, of course, that was before this offer, that Oklahoma was still – I didn't know you can go in the portal and then change your mind and come back.
Yeah, when you go to the portal, you can portal back to the team you left from.
Okay, he said that's on the table too, but now that was before this $1 million offer.
Well, this is what I don't understand. He said he went to Oklahoma because he wanted to play for Lincoln Riley. But now that Lincoln Riley has gone to Southern Cal, he's looking elsewhere. Well, if you want to play for Lincoln Riley, why don't you go to Southern Cal?
Yeah, and I bet somebody there write you a check.
I bet they would too.
Yeah,
they wrote Lincoln a lot.
I'm gonna tell you. So
Lincoln could write you. If you work for the university, you can't pay people, right? It has to be outside of that, right?
Yes. You know,
and the university has no say so. From what I've seen, and they have to be aware of the deal, but they can't interfere with it. Right?
The NCAA, they let this happen. They should have addressed it years ago, put some stipulations, and now who knows where it's going to end up.
So we went from the day of like
$100 handshake will get you on probation. Now we have people on social media offering you $1 million to come to the school. I want you to come.
And it's so open. You know, the whole thing used to be, hey, look at that. That new recruit all of a sudden magically got a new car. Well, now the new car guy just say, "Yeah, I'll give you a car."
Rick, there's people at SMU right now screaming, "Hey, what's happened here?"
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
You remember the Pony Express?
Shut them down.
From homecoming game to, hey, we're playing for the national championship every year with Eric Dickerson. That was quite a story.
They were good.
Yeah.
Yep.
So Speedy just confirmed we are going to have Reese Davis coming up next hour, first segment. So
good.
So we'll unpack some of this with him, but he mainly wants to talk about the Desmond Howard and Kirk Herbstreit commentary and the attacks that Kirk Herbstreit's getting now for having the audacity to say that players don't love football anymore. They just are being selfish in what they're doing. But that has nothing to do with the NIL deals. I don't know how he feels about that. But
while we got him, we'll ask.
We'll ask him about that too, because this is it's a whole new world. I've been singing that a lot all week.
But if your school, whoever it is not organized, and you don't have boosters paying in to an independent fund or company like this Game Above Capital, and they're going out and offering money to offensive linemen and to quarterbacks, you're behind the curve right now. And the going rate for a top-rate quarterback is $1 million. For offensive linemen, it's $50,000. And we know that based on multiple deals now.
Yeah,
that is where the standard is.
Yeah. So you've got Texas saying, "Come here and play on our offensive line, $50,000 a year." That's you.
Was that Texas or Texas A&M?
Texas.
Yeah. And then you got quarterbacks. This is two $1 million deals we've seen with quarterbacks.
Yeah, and Miami had the $50,000 for offensive linemen. Remember, they were the first one to say, "We'll give it."
They're paying the entire roster. I forget how much it was.
Every offensive lineman, right? Or the whole roster.
The whole team.
Oh, the whole team gets 50. So,
I don't know
how.
Do you think that will affect some of these players that may not be? I mean, they may be, going to go pro, but maybe they're not the first or second pick in the draft to stay back in college another year and not come out as soon.
It may do it.
I think it would.
I mean, if you can be the big man on campus and pocket $1 million a year, that ain't a bad deal.
Ain't a bad deal at all.
That's it.
Top of the hour, Reese Davis with us when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 6 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as we are coming to you from a new unnamed studio. This is our third day here as a lot of new beginnings for the Rick and Bubba Show here in 2022. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Engineer Super Tom and Young Scruggs continue to work feverishly to dial it in to perfection. And welcome back for a brand new hour. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, thank you. Honored and privileged to be here. And Rick, hot topic, college football right now.
Well, I'm telling you, Reese Davis is joining us. Reese, welcome back to the Rick and Bubba Show. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great, Rick. Bubba, congratulations on the new studio. Hope you guys are doing well.
Thank you very much. Hope you'll come see us in person. We'd love for you to come hang whenever the opportunity presents itself.
That'd be great. I'll do that sometime.
Yeah. We want to talk about, obviously, Kirk Herbstreit, Desmond Howard. I think they said something that a lot of football fans have been thinking. And, of course, I think, as you were trying to point out, they have some credibility. I think they can speak to this. So your view on what they said and on the response that they're getting from people after saying it.
Well, I think that's a really important distinction that you're making, because what they said and the reaction are two separate things in my judgment. First of all, I went back and watched the entire segment again just to make sure that I was locked in on what was said and what was clarified. I don't think initially that when we got to the first part, because the part that I was bringing up in the discussion is that if you want players to play in the bowl games that aren't attached to the college football playoff, you're going to have to find a way to give some more significance. And that doesn't mean you're not going to be able to force them to play with their NIL deals, because that's not going to match up to a potential pro contract in almost all circumstances. And who would want to do business with a company that would negotiate that way? Now, if they negotiate it, that's fine. Before I digress, I'm just sort of setting the table there. So my point was, you're going to have to make the players want to play in these games, and the only way to do that was to attach some significance. That was the parameters of the conflict of the conversation, and the only way I see to do that is to expand the playoff. And I haven't been a big proponent of that, but I think that's where we are at this juncture. I don't think that perhaps Kirk was as precise in his language as he might have hoped with the one sentence that everybody grabbed onto. So after Desmond followed up, that was why I went back to him and said, hey, look, I want to give you a chance to clarify here, because I know him, and I know how he loves the players who play. I know his respect that he has for them, and I wanted to give him a chance to clarify, that statement that players don't love football, whatever the exact statement was. And I thought he did clarify it. He went on to say that he was talking about a subset of players who looked through the scope of NFL or bust. And the thing that bothered me, I think, is, and it really shouldn't have, because it just sort of comes with the territory. But the thing that bothered me was in the aftermath, the people who seized on the sentence and then ignored the clarification. Now, if you want to disagree with any of us on our positions on this, fair enough. Sure. I mean, that's fair enough. You can disagree, but seizing on that and then attaching it to unfortunate things that happened subsequently later that day, whether it's Cam Rising or Matt Corral, and somehow attaching that to him and saying, see, Herbstreit I just thought was patently unfair. And I thought that for a lot of the professionals who chose that path, I thought it was beneath them. And so I responded.
Are you a little surprised at the level of the backlash?
No, because of who he is, and the prominence that he has in the sport, the influence that he has in the sport, the people who come to him, both in whether it's in broadcasting or coaching or administration, the people who come to him for advice or at least want his perspective on things. He's going to cause a reaction when he says something. And so from that standpoint, it wasn't some of the vitriol aimed at him, I will admit, probably surprised me a little bit, because Kirk is highly respected and very well liked in almost all quarters, I think. So, I think it does maybe show that in that respect. It's not so much just about him. It's more about the topic itself and the way that topic can really raise the temperature in people right now, as college football is kind of at an important juncture in its history and evolution.
I wonder if, I also think it's the environment in which Kirk Herbstreit now works, just the world we all live in and what we all do for a living. It's like people just there was a time when somebody could sit in their television room or wherever and go, I tell you what, I don't like what he said. And then you'd, yeah, Dad, and you'd go this. Now, if I don't like what you said, in 2 clicks, I'm out there telling the whole world.
I'm heating you up.
Even before I've thought it through. It's all, we say this on the show a lot, Reese. It's like our society, and I'm speaking in general. There certainly doesn't apply to every specific person, but in general, it's like we've lost the ability to reason. And you're trying to bring some clarity to that by saying, all right, first of all, this is Kirk Herbstreit. Let's look at his whole body of work. He has sons that play college football. Okay, let's start there. And then work our way out. It's like we don't do that anymore. We just react, if it makes us mad, why would we react? And we don't go in, well, I'm not sure I agree with that. We go to, you're horrible. You go, why are you even on TV? We got to get rid of you. And we've got to do something about that. That's just all wrong.
Yeah, it is. And it's certainly not just us. It's in a lot of different walks of life. Now, I will say, I don't want to run from the responsibility that I have that Kirk or Desmond or David Pollack or Jay Billis or anybody else that's on television, it is incumbent on us to be precise in our language when precision is called for.
Yeah, you're right.
And all of us sometimes slip and fall short in that, because when you're on TV a lot or on the radio a lot, as you guys know, sometimes you're not going to be as precise as you'd like. And that's part of it. So you have to deal with the ramifications. I keep remembering earlier this season we were out someplace and Bear was really upset because he was getting booed. He got booed in Cincinnati and he got booed at Michigan State. He wasn't even sure why he was getting booed at Michigan State. And I was like, hey man, welcome to the club.
Yeah,
and sometimes when you get a fastball in the ribs, he threw a fastball at your ribs. Just wear it, dude. Yeah. Sometimes you just have to wear it. So that's kind of where we are sometimes in what we do. We're very privileged, to be able to do the things at the level. Now, when I say that, I don't mean some happy accident. We all worked hard to get to the place where we are, but our employers give us a really, really good stage, and we're grateful for that. But and so along with that, sometimes when people want to react, you just have to wear it a little bit, and you also have to decide. When it pertains to social media, I think, when does it rise to the level of responding? Now, I'm not talking about this specific situation just happened. That probably did rise to the level. But if somebody says, look, I hate you, you homer, you hate my team. Right. Then probably you just don't punch down and you just let that one go.
Oh, well, Reese, we're about up against the break, and we appreciate you being on with us. We do one or two?
We can do 2 minutes. Yeah.
Okay. But in defense of what your co-host said, and I understand it's a business decision for a lot of these kids, and they're talking about a lot of money. And when Matt Corral went down, we all gasped for a moment because we really loved his attitude. But, growing up the way we did and with our parents and our coaches, the idea of I'm going to sit out a game that my team is playing was unheard of. So, when Herb said that, I agreed with him. I was sitting at home. I was like, well, yeah, I agree with him. I feel the same way, and I think a lot of people do.
There are a lot of people who feel that way. I'm not one of them. Because there's a slight distinction there in my perspective on this. I want the players to want to play, but if they don't, I don't use that as a judgment on their devotion or their commitment to team or anything like that. The one thing I do think that is worth asking is, what's the limiting principle? meaning that if it's okay or if it's advantageous, if it's wise from a business standpoint to sit out a game in a bowl season, then why do you play against New Mexico State in November? That's the same thing.
Yeah. Exactly.
Because it doesn't impact your championship chances. Now, it has become, as you guys know, a huge business. And if Kenny Pickett can sit out the Peach Bowl, then, why can't he? Because, Brian Kelly sat out the Fiesta Bowl and went to LSU. Lincoln Riley sat out the Alamo Bowl and went to USC, didn't even go to a bowl game. So if they're so important, then why is that an issue too? There's a whole big picture topic about I want this calendar pushed back. I don't know how we're going to do it. I don't think it's just recruiting. I understand the ADs, you'd have to hire new coaches, have to get in there and get after it. And it is a fascinating and endlessly entertaining watch, speculation, discussion point. But it's not great for the game when Lincoln Riley is potentially in the playoff hunt 1 minute, loses Bedlam, and within 24 hours is gone.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Same for Brian Kelly. Brian Kelly's gone, and he doesn't even know for sure if they're making the playoff or not.
That's crazy.
Reese Davis.
Thank you,
buddy.
Reese.
Thanks for taking time to be with us. We really appreciate that on such short notice. Thanks a lot. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Have you ever wanted to make your home feel safer? Right now.
It is 23 minutes past the hour. 866 We Be Big. Went a little long in the first segment, but we had Reese Davis on short notice and an interesting topic, so I thought I'd grab maybe 2 extra minutes for us, and we'll pay a price in this segment, but just know that's why that happened. As we make our way back, something else I noticed in the break, we're working on how to get to the bathroom and back, probably our biggest adjustment. And you know what I think was kind of nice, and I don't know why this whole building would do this. It's incredibly accommodating. There's a toilet in there for Adler. Did you see it? They've got a urinal in there just for Adler.
Greg and
I thought to myself, man, that's accommodating. That was really, really nice. And
they added. I think they added that for me.
Yeah.
They knew we were coming, and they made an extra fat one for you guys, an extra low one for me.
By the way, your nemesis was in there. I mean, he was laughing so hard just seeing Greg. You should have seen him. Yeah. All right, to the phones we go. 866 We Be Big. Thank Reese Davis for being on short notice. Speedy, good job grabbing him. And honestly, I think on this. And I appreciate everything Reese said and everything going on and a lot of wisdom in what he said. But I really think we're overcomplicating this, and I think anything that you hear contrary is just not true. I think Kirk Herbstreit and Desmond Howard, former players of a different era, we're just being honest.
Yeah.
I just think they find that to be undesirable.
Yeah, right. And you heard Reese. He doesn't even agree.
Right.
But you know what? They disagreed.
Yeah.
What's the
civilly?
word I'm trying? Yeah.
Civilly?
Yeah.
Civilly.
No, not that. No. They were civil in their disagreement, and that's fine. That's what we're supposed to do.
But I think we're making a big deal out of. I think these are two former players that were bruised and beat up and bleeding, and they played for their team whenever their team played anywhere, anytime. And when they see players who don't do that, they don't like it. Mm-hmm. And I don't think it's any more complicated than that.
And I think that's their opinion.
Yeah,
great.
Yeah, and some people agree with them, some people don't.
Back to what Reese said, I thought he brought up a good point. Do you guys think if a coach takes a head coaching job somewhere else, that he needs to, fulfill all of his obligations prior to leaving? But the recruiting trail is so big, and you pulling assistant coaches over. You're trying to get there and start doing that. But do you feel like, back to Brian Kelly, he should have stayed at Notre Dame and seen it through before leaving to go to LSU?
This is where the NCAA has failed. Okay, they do need. You have to have structure. Okay. But they got caught up in, I'm going to put my thumb on people and got too much into that as opposed to looking at the big picture. They should have structure. They should have times that teams could talk to coaches, times that coaches could change, have the recruiting calendar, have it all logically fall together. Because I think it's terrible for a coach to leave a team before the season's over. I mean, that's the same thing.
Well, and Reese brought up a fantastic point. He didn't even know at this point whether or not they
were
going to
make
it. They had a chance to make it in the playoffs. Mm-hmm. It's just a double standard. If you allow coaches to do it and get mad when the players. I mean,
I love the free market, but you have to have some structure if you're going to have a league, if you're going to have a playoff, if you're going to have you got to have rules. You got to have some structure, and the NCAA should have been focusing on that. Yeah. Some of these things that they chase are so ridiculous because, a coach can't be responsible for what a booster does. And now the player can be, but, we've said this all along. A coach is over the players and he's over the staff that supports a team, but he can't control what some booster does that owns a tire store or a clothing store. Yeah. But who do they punish? They never punish the player because they're gone. They never punish the guy who did it. Who do they punish? The one group of people that has no control, the coach, the players that are left, and the fans that are there.
Yeah.
See, that's crazy. That's why it never got fixed. Yeah. You're punishing the wrong people.
Yeah, and now look what it led to.
Yeah.
But really, it goes back to this again, and we've said this on the show. I 100% get that coaches aren't loyal to players, but we expect players to be loyal to coaches. That point is completely valid. But I think all that Kirk and Desmond were talking about is a love for the game of football.
Correct, yeah.
And there's a certain character that a football player should have, devotion to the game itself and devotion to his teammates, not a coach, to his teammates and to the sport.
And to the school.
Yeah, and
to the colors.
To they as guys that played at a different era, and I agree with them, by the way.
Yeah, I do too.
Mm-hmm.
They don't find that to be something desirable. They think that's a character flaw not to love the game and love your teammates so much that you'll go to battle with them regardless of the outcome or how it might impact you as an individual, because the game of football itself, unlike other sports, is not a game for an individual. It is the ultimate sacrificial team sport. And he said, and that's the character and the attitude that football players at one time took upon themselves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's what they're talking about.
And Rick, me and you were talking about it. I don't think we're on the air. It was in the break. Once you enter this, I'm making a business decision. It's such a slippery slope, and Reese brought it up.
Yeah.
Why do I play in the rivalry game at the end of the year if we're out of the playoffs? Why do I play after we've lost our third game and we know we can't make the playoffs? Why don't I just hang it up then?
Yeah.
Come on, what are we thinking here? Well, it's because you want to show your value. Well, your value goes when the team ends.
Oh, you could go as far as to say, well, look, man, I've looked at this team. This offensive line's not very good this year, and now there's 3 of them hurt. I ain't going out there and playing behind that offensive line. I'm not going to get hurt.
Yeah. Or if you just take if it's not a conference game, I'm just going to take this week off, coach. Because
team sports has turned into an individual sport mentality.
Right.
Yeah, it has.
Well, we're living in a society where the new religion that is being embraced is worship of self.
Me.
Yeah.
Me.
And we came up with something called a selfie.
Yeah.
It has to work self. I don't even want to take pictures of other people. I want to take pictures of myself.
They had to invent that, remember, and fix it so the camera would flip around.
Yeah.
The first ones didn't have a camera facing your way.
Because they thought nobody would want to. We'll take your phone calls next. 866-WE-BE-BIG. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. Here is an email from Connie. Connie has sent us an email out of Georgia, and she says, guys, I want to let you all know what a wonderful product Relief Factor truly is. I've had back and hip issues. Nothing can be done to help me with my pain. The pain has continually gotten worse over time, but after hearing you guys talk up what I now call my new best friend, I decided to give it a try. Wow. After 2 days, I could feel the pain subsiding. The longer I've taken my daily doses, the better I feel and the less pain I have. I go to bed with no pain and wake up in the morning with no pain. Awesome, guys, and I'm ready to take on my day. Now, look, we've been talking about this outstanding product for years now, and it's all natural, and you can take it every single day. If you've got chronic pain, this may be an all-natural solution. Other stuff to manage pain out there, the addictive properties of the opioids, there's problems there. You've got the over-the-counter stuff, and they can help in the short term. They're not designed to be taken every day because they can have side effects if they're overused. So go to ReliefFactor.com, get something all-natural, and it may be the solution. ReliefFactor.com, 3-week trial packs, $19.95. Inside those 3 weeks, you should see results. If you don't, sadly, this is not the answer for your problem. But for most everybody who gets the over 70% of the people, they get the quick start pack, they order more because it's working. ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. Let's go to the phones at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Looks like young Scruggs' wife's on the line. So Bobby?
Hey, Bobby, how are you?
Is this the wife of engineer Young?
How are y'all?
Is this young Scruggs' wife?
Oh.
This is the better half.
Well, every man in here is married to a better half, I promise you.
He's so nervous.
Yeah, so look, I know you guys have been through it. Hey, your husband looks wore down.
Yeah.
Hey, it's been worth it. The new studio looks great, and he's enjoyed it. We have a lot going on during the holidays. I'm sure he told you, say, hey, Daddy. Hi, Daddy.
Young Scruggs.
Young Scruggs.
Look at that.
We have our anniversary. We just celebrated 9 years. Our son's birthday, Christmas, everything. It's just a busy season of life. But it's been good. We're excited. Grass, by the way. It's my first time calling in.
Oh, well, good. There you go. Monkey grass to you as well.
Right.
Now, is it
Phone
true?
cut out there just a little bit.
I kind of got caught in the middle. Yeah, for one thing, I thought you were upset with us, but then I realized you were saying monkey grass, not kiss. But anyway, because he has been working extremely hard for the show, but and you've had to do without him a lot, but he's been like continually sick, and I understand that yesterday you'd had enough of this, that he was. I saw him struggling here at the office saying, I've been told if I don't get tested, I can't come home anymore.
And I was serious because he didn't feel good. And I wanted to make sure it wasn't COVID, so I'm glad it's not, just upper respiratory. And he sounds better today already. So
he does.
Does everybody in our state have that same thing that I've had, that we've all had?
It's everywhere.
I mean, has every single person had it?
It's everywhere. And I don't know if he told you this, Bobby, with an eye, but I diagnosed the upper respiratory infection.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that's what we figured it was. So
Yeah.
I'm glad he went and took care of it. And
Well, thank
hopefully
you.
He can be back to 100%.
For you and Super Tom's family, thank y'all for your sacrifice. Adler's wife, you guys. There's been a lot of work going on up here, and I thank you guys for allowing us to have so much of your husband's and your children's daddy's time. So thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank y'all.
All right, see you. Bye,
Thank you, Bobby.
I was talking to
Thanks.
young Scruggs about what the doctor said, and he had a list of things he was allergic to, like bad boards and pops on the air, bad mic processors, stuff like that.
Greg.
Yeah, Greg.
Greg.
Yeah,
That's
right.
it.
Right.
Adler has that.
Yeah, the coyote that Adler's taking in.
Right.
you know.
Yeah. Well, a little dander.
Yeah.
So let's go to Dustin, WLAY, Florence, Alabama. Dustin, go ahead.
Hey, Monkey Grass, guys.
Thank you for the call, buddy. And how long you been listening?
Oh, man, I've been listening for about 16 years. I was 18 years old going to take college classes at UNA and started listening before class. So I've enjoyed it through the years.
Thank you, man. So what's on your mind today?
So concerning the topic with college football players not wanting to participate in the bowl games. What do you guys think about maybe guaranteeing like a minimum payout for players and coaches for each bowl game, like the upper bowl games to be worth a lot more? And that way the Bryce Youngs of the world would get a handsome paycheck. And the young, Doogies who got Shoreline smashed the night before would get a good paycheck too. What do you guys think?
Well, Bryce Young makes $1 million a year already on his NIL deal, which is double what the head coach of Jacksonville State's getting paid. So I mean, it's the money's there now. I think we've solved the money problem.
Well,
but you're talking about the bowl games.
Yeah, if you're talking about paying them for that bowl game, where's that money going to come from? Because the people putting on the bowl games are telling you that they're not making any money either. So. I don't know where that would come from.
I think playoff expansion and eliminate some of the bowls, you solve a lot of this.
Yeah, no doubt. Did you see the what was the bowl that A&M couldn't play in, and they ran out and got Rutgers, and Rutgers roared in there with a 5-7 record?
Yeah, I saw that.
Did you see how few people attended that game? Wasn't that like the Gator Bowl or something?
Yeah.
I think so.
But you think because we had the conversation about
there wasn't nobody at that game.
The Ole Miss quarterback, that was if we have an expanded playoff, they're in. So we're not even talking about that.
Right, you're right. Yeah,
that solves a lot of issues.
And let's just be honest, guys. I hate to be Debbie Downer for everybody and all that. I don't think we care about anything other than the playoffs.
We don't.
And the players don't.
Hardly cared about it.
We don't.
I still do, but I just like having football on.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this. I know what's the new football league that Birmingham's gonna host all the teams. Gene Hallman was
USFL?
on here. USFL. Thank you.
It's coming back.
He said, I mean, they want attendance, but they really are more worried about advertising dollars, and selling commercials on TV and viewership and stuff. Do you feel like that's where the bowls are more than attendance? They don't really care if the stadiums are full or not. I mean, they'd love it.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at Music City Bowl, Tennessee and Purdue. That place was packed.
What is the viewership? Is
I
it up?
I don't know.
Down? Is it about the way it always
there
is?
were some bowls that really looked good, and there was a lot of people there. Even the Birmingham Bowl was. It was.
I thought the Birmingham Bowl. We hadn't talked about that. I thought they had a great crowd.
Well, remember the Birmingham Bowl and a lot of other bowls. What ESPN owns? 5, 6, 7 of them now. So it is a made-for-TV product.
Right, exactly. Right. And I think that's what he's talking about. The USFL is going to be very similar.
Right. Yeah.
Let's go to Jeremy. Jeremy, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Yes, I was just wondering, with all the NIL and the opting out of games and everything college football is going to, are we just making college players turn into Antonio Brown?
Yeah, to a degree, because here's the thing, these are not males who are extremely old when they come into college, and we're trying to put an awful lot on
an 18-year-old,
on an 18, 19, 20, 21, 22-year-old. I mean, professional football is already difficult when you go into the league at 23, 22. You're making a good point. We're basically putting you in the league now at 18.
Rick,
it's just a different professional league.
Rick, I think I had a pretty good upbringing. Okay, I had what I consider to be good parents, and I could see me handling that kind of money at 18. I'd be real wise.
Oh, can you imagine? My gosh.
I'd have had some big old speakers in the back of that car.
Yeah, 100%.
Bigger than I had.
Let's go to Cliff. Cliff, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Good morning, gentlemen. Two things. First of all, I do a 50-minute commute every morning, and y'all start my day off wonderfully.
Thank you.
I've been listening to you for a long time, and it's great.
Thank you.
But I'm also the same age that y'all are, 61 years old. And I don't think it's so much what Herb Street was saying about just football. Our generation was told you don't quit anything. If you start something, you finish it.
That's right.
Doesn't matter what the outcome is, you finish it.
Right.
So my perspective is the coaches and the players, once they start a season, they need to finish that season, and they need to give 100% effort all the way through the season. And at the end of it, if they want to quit, let them quit. But you finish what you start.
No, you're right. And that goes into the real world when you get out there. We also were raised up to say if you are physically and mentally able to work, you go to work. The only way you do not go to work is if you physically cannot do it.
Too young, too old.
Or mentally can't do it.
Or mentally you can't do it.
Right. But I mean, if you weren't sick, you didn't just say, I just don't I feel like I'm going in and do it.
I've heard this conversation recently on sports radio. Well, they have fulfilled their commitment. That was the regular season. This is postseason. So their commitment of finishing the season, technically they did. This is the postseason. This is something that's an extension.
The dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Heard a host actually argue that fact.
Well, let me ask you this: Does the team show up for the postseason?
Yeah, right. So they
are
should.
The cheerleaders there, or the band, or the people that their mascot there.
Now, when
the team's playing,
what they're saying is when you go to a team, there is when you go to that team, there's a chance they're going to they could get in the playoff or a bowl game.
Mm-hmm.
And when you commit to everything that team does till the team is done doing it.
Right. And y'all have said this, but I mean, another way to put it is when we were growing up, not playing, and y'all danced around this. There was never an option not playing. You never even thought about it.
Yeah.
In other words, that was never part of a discussion like, hey, man, I think I'm going to sit this one out.
Well, opting out.
That never came up.
I never remember anybody opting out till just a few years ago. First time I heard it, I thought, well, that's strange.
Yeah.
What are they doing?
NFL's been around a long time. There's been a lot of college players that have moved on and played. This isn't, NFL's not brand new.
None of this is new. It's just a new attitude.
Yep.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up. 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Oh, there is no other.
It is 9 minutes now to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. As we make our way back, we'll continue to update you on what's going on in the world of Rick and Bubba. The yesterday's Bible study is now archived and available for you. Got that in. Did not have anybody here in the room trying to, with the construction still going on, may start that back next week. But we did get it in as far as the first Bible study of the year on our new series in Genesis. There will be no Rick and Bubba University podcast this weekend. That'll start back next week. Will of Meat will start back next week. So just make a note on that. Now, Bubba, you were talking about, we were just kind of preparing, and then we have been correct, a lot of the unexpected, a lot of adapting and figuring out and all that still going on. So watching Greg realize he's got to feed the weekend show, it's going to be a different experience for him today. Yeah. I'll tell you one thing, I hope you don't get where you can't walk or run. So you
get a limp. We've had it.
I've never heard that we can't feed the weekend show because Greg is physically hurt.
Yeah.
Look, when you start thinking about this machine, there's a lot of things you got to think about.
A lot of moving parts.
We do a lot of things. And I'm speaking on behalf of Helms yesterday, trying to get the podcast archives up. But anyway, so anyway, look, it's all new. Think of all the things we got to do for the first time here, and we realize, okay, that didn't work so well. Let's try that. Got to develop a system. These things take time.
Yeah.
Bubba, I remember you and I going to New York a number of times. I remember getting excited about New York, and New York had been cleaned up. All the seedy Times Square stuff of the 70s was gone, and New York was a great place to go with the family, and it would just to be so much fun. And now New York is just pummeling into just undesirable.
Well, since Rudy was there,
right.
It's kind of been a step here, a step there. You had, de Blasio that, he's a communist. I mean, he's always admired communists.
Yeah.
Look what he's done, what he said, where he's traveled.
Sure, yeah.
And so New York elected a new mayor, Mayor Eric Adams, and he's a former police officer. Yeah. And the main thing he ran on was being tougher on crime.
Right.
Well, we also have a new district attorney in Manhattan. His name is Alvin Bragg. And, Rick, he's been greeted with growing backlash over his shockingly soft stance on crime.
Yep.
He's a progressive prosecutor. They refer to him as a George Soros-backed DA, which George Soros is backing several of these people across the country.
Right.
And he sent out a memo describing how they were going to prosecute cases. And one of them, just for instance, if you rob a bank with a gun, you could only get 1 year in jail. 1 year. He has downgraded serious crimes like burglary, carrying a weapon, drug dealing, to like misdemeanor charges. It's crazy. He told his prosecutors to downgrade armed robberies. Armed robberies, you stick somebody up with a gun, to petty larceny cases.
Wow.
He also said they would no longer prosecute misdemeanor drug charges, prostitution, people jumping the turnstiles at the subway, which can be dangerous.
Did you see that story? Yeah.
And Eric Adams has come out, and he hasn't been hard on the DA for saying this. He's kind of endorsed him and said, hey, I feel like he's on the public service team, and he's kind of taken a more passive, and it's made people scratch their heads who actually backed Eric Adams for mayor because he was going to be tough on crime. Now we have a district attorney who, Rick, he is changing the landscape of this dramatically.
Yeah.
And the point of it being that we've seen this done in other places, it hasn't worked. This no bail thing is not working. Crime is up everywhere that they have, cut budgets for police officers. Most of them are raising those budgets again now. It's crazy. But he said he wants people not to go to jail unless they're guilty of murder or a handful of other crimes that he deems serious enough to warrant prison.
He's going to deem them serious enough.
He's ditching felony armed robbery charges. That's the one that's really getting a lot of play around the country, down to petty larceny. Things like trespassing. He said things that don't create a genuine risk of physical harm. And there were some examples in the memo he sent out that was kind of strange. He doesn't even want them to prosecute robbery charges if it's not a building tied directly to where you live.
Exactly. Like
in other words, if you have a
storage unit,
a freestanding garage, and they steal out of your garage, he don't even want to fool with it.
Good, man.
Good.
I want you to think about it. And on the turnstile jumping, and we do have the guy that
drug dealers will not be prosecuted as felony crimes.
Dealing drugs.
Does he not understand that if you turnstile jump, now apparently God has another plan because a guy died jumping over $202.75, he's dead.
Not very wise.
But does he not understand that his subway system needs to be funded? Does he not understand that?
Yeah.
If you jump the turnstile, we won't do anything bad to you, then
there's gonna be a lot of jumping.
Do y'all realize how many people will jump it? I mean, does everybody know that? I mean, and like the guy we're showing here, there's a guy that jumped it, and he broke his neck and it killed him because he fell. But over $2.75.
It's not real wise.
No, it's not.
But Rick, think about this. We've seen the smash and grabs take off in California. Things like that, armed robbery. Somebody puts a gun to your head as a tourist and robs you of everything you've got. They get a desk appearance ticket, basically like a parking ticket.
Yeah. I mean, I hate to say this now that I see the turnstile jumping. I mean, in the society we're living in, I'm not saying this is fair. Couldn't I go to Mr. Bragg and say, this guy's dead because you told him he could jump turnstiles and pay no penalty? If you had maybe been enforcing the law, maybe he wouldn't have jumped and maybe he'd still be alive.
Well, a lot of the people in law enforcement, as you can imagine, are not happy with this. The Police Benevolence Association president, Patrick J. Lynch, who heads up a 24,000-member union, says he has serious concerns over the policies, to say the least. He said there's already too many people who believe you can commit a crime, resist arrest, interfere with a police officer, and face zero consequences.
Right. And then what happens is now the law enforcement can't do their job, or their job becomes more dangerous by the moment. And then people say, why would I want to go into that field? Then we don't have law enforcement people. Then we don't have law and order. Then we don't have it. It's like people can't see down the road. We're living in a fantasy world like a bunch of children.
What do we have in this country against building more prisons? You never hear that. Well, I tell you what, they're building more jails. Why do we not do that?
So we can house them.
Why don't we start there?
You know what?
Seems logical.
Right. Top of the hour. If you leave us, have a great day. You got more Rick and Bubba. Lord willing, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That's right. That's right. It is 7.5 minutes past the hour. From the unnamed studio, the Rick and Bubba Show, we are moving on. And we thank you for being with us. We are unpacking another hour. We certainly hope that you will join us at the number that I just gave you. And the gang is all here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler. And we look forward to spending some time together. And if you'll join me in welcoming back for a brand new hour, there he is. He's got number 12 on his jersey. Number 1 in his heart, or your heart. And maybe he is sometimes, but not all the time. Bill Bubba Bussy. Hey, buddy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us for the little program we call Rick and Bubba.
I know we're going to do this story on this this series and Costner, but I mentioned to you in the break, and you got such a charge out of it. I do want to mention this one thing, and it won't take the whole segment, but and you know, there's so much going on. So really, Sherry and I were laughing about this. And this is geographical to where we live, which is Birmingham, Alabama. So Sherry and I, at one time for 20 years, attended a church that was not in our community. We've recently moved to a new church that is in our community. And my mom and dad, after being, living up near Greg, has now moved to 7 minutes from my house in my community.
All right.
And now they've moved the office to my community. So Sherry said, is God just telling us we need to just stay over here? I mean, it's so anyway, so it's been a beautiful thing, and Greg had access to mom and dad, and now I've got a little more access to them. It's kind of like we've kind of flipped the way it was. But so mom and dad have moved to a retirement community. And this is a big adjustment. I mean, they lived in a house that was full of kids and then full of grandkids, and now they're in an apartment, 2 bedrooms, and living.
But it's a real nice retirement village.
And living with, other retirees.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And, and there's, all the things that brings with it. So they every Tuesday night, now you can't do it. I'm sure there's sometimes there'll be exceptions, but on most every Tuesday night, they come over and have dinner with us. We kind of set up some normal stuff.
That's cool.
Get them out and let them come over and eat. And usually our one son that lives in Birmingham, he'll come over and bring his girlfriend, and they'll Camtastic, and we'll have a little time together. We did that this week. So
Camtastic's holding in there.
She really is. Mm-hmm. I mean, and she's great, wonderful, wonderful young lady. And I'm picking up too. She likes to cut up, and I said, if you like to cut up, you'll be fine here.
Mm-hmm.
So
how long have they been dating now?
Thanks, Bubba.
Years now.
Well, I'm just,
2 years, maybe.
It's multiple years.
2 years
for sure.
Yeah, something like that. I think 2 years. So anyway, it's young Broderick's kind of like the first girlfriend he ever had, and she's still here. He's like, yeah, I just when I saw the one on one, there you go. And so he went to dances and stuff like that. But this first girlfriend he's ever had, and they are real serious, and all that's great. So anyway, so we're sitting around the table. And, Greg, I don't even know if I told you this. I may have told Bubba and hadn't told you this. So we're sitting around the table, and, New Year's Eve was approaching, not this past Tuesday, but before, they came over during the holidays. And so we were all talking about what we're going to do for New Year's. And, this is when we were all kind of saying, everybody was like, hey, I think I was going to do something at my house. And I'm going to do it. And Cherry and I like, we got to start taking down decorations and whatever. And so let's just hang out a little bit, the week of, and, and so I said, well, Mom, what are you and Pop going to do for New Year's Eve? And she said, well, they're having something at the retirement community, but we're not going. And I said, well, why? And then Sherry says, Nana, you need to put on a nice dress and ease up there to the New Year's Eve ball, yeah, and
go to the ballroom.
So then, and Mom and Dad are real. They're like, look, I know that our number is 81 and 80, but we live youthful. We try to be youthful people,
mm-hmm. Right?
And so that's been a little bit of adjustment, because it's one of those things where you go see people your own age, and you're kind of like, well, wait a minute, you know what I mean? It's and then young Broderick got in and says, Nana, why you and Pop need to go to that? Y'all need to. You got it right there in house. You got a little gathering. You don't have to go anywhere, and you just walk up the hall and go up to the common area. And all of a sudden, Mom looks at Brody and says, Brody, they're dropping the ball at 8:30.
Yeah, she told me that.
I love
Can I
She gave me the rundown.
That's where I need to go.
That's
where I want to go.
I thought to myself, can Bubba take y'all's place?
Yeah, because she told me, she said, I'm staying up to midnight. I don't care what happens.
Yeah, she said, we stayed at midnight. We're not go somewhere. We're gonna drop the ball at 8:30.
That's funny.
Gosh.
When she said
I
drop
begged
that
my
ball,
family to drop it at 8:30.
listen, let me tell you, when she said that, I started laughing hysterically. Her delivery was good.
I know it.
And
funny.
And she read to me the itinerary of all they had. I mean, they
it was
put
a
on
throwdown.
a party. Now it didn't end at 8:30, but it was a big one. Let
me tell you.
But they didn't. They had all kinds of stuff.
Greg, for 2.5 hours, they went out.
They were wide open.
She said they dropped the ball at 8:30. So they did not attend. They had their own party. And you know what?
It was a throwdown.
I will tell you this year. I just Sherry and I we watched the bowl games and then went to bed about 11 o'clock.
Oh yeah.
Well,
ditto.
we didn't do anything. I can't remember the last time I actually did something on New Year's Eve.
Yeah. We threw out sometimes there's some couples that get together, but we were just kind of
We did that this time, and we stayed up, and there's been
About
years.
10.
There's been years when we had people at the farm, and I mean, I would just tell them, I'm out. I can't go. You get up early that morning and been sitting in the woods all day. I go, I love y'all. I'm out.
Yeah.
But I didn't go to bed about 1 o'clock.
Watch it.
I went out.
You stop it.
Bill, you stayed up all night. Well, no wonder you came in dragging.
Well, good gracious.
It was something.
You're still paying the price for that.
Chocolate monkey.
It was time to get up.
My new thing that I'm having a blast. I'm having an absolute blast.
Pink Newcastles everywhere.
Because when mom and dad moved 36 years at one place.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff ended up in storage and stuff ended up kids us the kids taking it. And my new thing is anytime Dad is looking for something of his, I say Greg's got it.
Oh,
it is my favorite thing. And he'll look at me and he'll say, now where's my so and so? I said, well, Greg's got that. What's he doing with it? And then when I said that Greg claimed he was in charge of the stuff,
he loves that.
I won't tell you what he said.
Well, you can't, Rick.
But what's kind of sad because that I love it. He kind of loves you in his little heart though. If I press and he's like, now is Greg using it? And if I say yes, he'll say, well, that's all right then.
Okay.
But if I just claim, well, I don't know.
But you let him go for a while.
Oh, of course, yeah. And Greg, it doesn't matter what it is.
Why's he got?
Where's my so and so? Well, Greg's got it.
He's rationing it out.
So we'll come back 15 minutes past the hour. The new world of how we consume entertainment. What's considered a big hit? Well, we'll look into that when we come back. It's a whole new world. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
Hour 21 past. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. I do want to update you on some stuff going on, especially if you're trying to get out and about and got some events coming up this year that we'd love for you to attend. You can find them. There's a couple places. If it just involves the Rick and Bubba Show or members of the show, you'll always find those at rickandbubba.com. If you're looking for going out and seeing any of our speakers that we send out for the various Man Church services or our conferences, that'll be found at themanchurch.com. If it doesn't feature members of the show, it would only be there. So the O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events, Man Church, Scott Gorosky from the show What's Eating, he's been here with the What's Eating Scott Gorosky, been on the show a lot. He's speaking tonight at a Man Church, and you can go see Scott Gorosky tonight, Northside Baptist Church, Jasper, Alabama. And so that'll be going on. Also, Southeast Missouri, coming up this weekend, First Baptist Church, Charleston, Missouri. It is a Man Church one day. This will feature a couple of different speakers, about a half a day on a Saturday, including a panel answering some questions from the guys. Godwin from Duck Dynasty, big old Godwin, will be there. He'll be speaking, and from the Man Church, doing a couple of sessions, outstanding teacher Brian Gunn will be there for that's the folks there in Southeast Missouri this weekend. And then coming up on Sunday night, I'll be over at Emerald Coast Fellowship, Lynn Haven, Florida. They've been doing the curriculum from the manchurch.com, and I'll be coming to one of their services and speaking to the men on Sunday night. You can find all that at themanchurch.com under events, and if it involves any members of the show, rickandbubba.com under the events. I want you to thank O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get guaranteed low prices, excellent customer service from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts. All right, so Bubba, you and I were even having a discussion yesterday. The world of how we consume content and entertainment is changing. It's like the way that we enjoy music. You know, remember, it went through a process of changing. So how, when even though technology can come out and it can be convenient and we like it and it's easy to consume, then comes the story that's behind the scenes. How do you monetize it? How do you keep your analytics on who's watching it, who's not? And all that process tries to catch up to the technology. And now we're finding out, you know, that they're figuring out how in the world to kind of look at what is our audience for these streaming apps and these now original programming that all the apps have. And of course, you're taking The Walking Dead, which was a cable show, right? It was on cable, and then of course satellite and all that, and it was on like a broadcast station.
Mm-hmm.
So now they have found a streaming show that the numbers they saw in the season finale, they eclipsed or matched The Walking Dead.
Oh, it passed it.
It passed The Walking Dead.
So you got The Walking Dead was it AMC? And then you've got Yellowstone that's on Paramount.
Yeah. Right.
And so they're saying that Yellowstone surpassed
it's
The Walking
cable
Dead.
also.
Yeah. But they also, but don't they have the Paramount Plus?
Yes.
Paramount is a streaming app. You can watch it on that too, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
because that's how you go back and get the episode when you didn't see it. Came out.
Yeah. Or Greg said you can DVR it.
Well, it still works.
Yeah, it's all the same.
What you're talking about, Yellowstone broke the record for the most watched cable TV show in the last 5 years on Sunday, with more than 11 million viewers tuning in live to see the season 4 finale. And that broke the old record of The Walking Dead back in 2017 with 11.4 million viewers watching the season 8 premiere. What they're excited about with Yellowstone, Rick, is the season 3 finale had 5.2 million. So this year was up 81%.
Well, that's growth. And they put in here, they're saying it's the non-woke series, meaning is there not any of the political correctness in it or anything like that?
I hear a lot about Yellowstone. I've never watched it, so I'm really out of the loop on a lot of this.
Well, I've never, I know it is, I think I have Paramount on my cable, but, like a lot of people, I got introduced to it when on Apple TV. Now you have to go to the Paramount app to get it because a lot of these people go, hey, people like our show, so we pull it away and do our own app, which is fine. That's what I would do too if it was my content. But anyway, so I tried to watch it, and I will tell you that I was excited about it. It's the kind of show from a storyline and the actors and Montana and ranches. And I love that, but it was so foul. And I'm not trying to be a prude, and I'm certainly not a prude, but it was to the point that I'm just like, I can't watch this. But I tell you, it has
so it's a little yuck mouth.
And there's a lot of
it's got a lot to offer. In that
it's just got a lot. and the thing that makes me so mad about this, and I felt the same way about Apple Plus when they did this morning show thing that was about big time national morning shows like the Today Show and all that. And they had Steve Carell and Reese Witherspoon, Nicole Kidman, and some other great actors. And I was like, man, Sherry, you're not gonna love this because we work in radio and TV, da 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 da. And it's like they cuss like they're a bunch of little children that have just learned cuss words, and it just so stupid the amount of foul language. I mean, it's just stupid. I mean, I can watch Saving Private Ryan and I hear language and you go, that's rough language. You're at war, but it's not like like a machine gun of cuss words. And then I didn't watch that one long enough to see the other, but I tried to watch a couple episodes of Yellowstone and Kevin Costner, the main character, has got a daughter with daddy problems.
Ooh.
And it's just
she's rough.
Yeah, it's just impossible. And I hate that because both of these shows, original shows with seasons, meaning I could have multiple days I could watch it and enjoy it. That's not necessary. These would be great shows without all that. But anyway, but it's a very popular show, to answer your question. That they've developed quite a fan base. They really have.
Speedy and Greg will have to chime in here. I don't personally believe 1883, which is the prequel,
which is basically a Western.
Yeah,
really
it doesn't.
I'm excited about
does
that.
it have? Do y'all think? I don't think it has the. I mean, you're gonna. They're cowboys. You're gonna have cuss words, stuff like that.
I understand all that.
But it doesn't seem to be as filthy.
It's
not. I don't know if that's because Tim McGraw and Faith Hill are in it. I mean, you get Tom Hanks make a cameo and Billy Bob Thornton, and it's the high quality. But to your point, Rick, if they would have done this with Yellowstone, it would still be breaking records today.
With Yellowstone, you need to clean Beth up a little bit.
Yeah.
They go a little far with her character. I mean, you can still portray her as a troubled, you can still portray her really mean and rude because her ruthlessness is amazing.
Yeah.
But when she gets after somebody verbally, oh, wow. She goes areas that you're like, hey, boy, I've been around a lot of locker rooms. I ain't ever heard that in my life.
Yeah.
Well, she's right here with a drill sergeant.
When you have to ask somebody what the word is.
Exactly.
Yeah. So, let me tell you what was funny, and because there's on social media, they have such a fan base. They've got fans of the show, and they put out quotes from the show, and that's all you need to know about this character. And again, somebody put out one the other day that somebody referred to her said you are like a trailer park. She said, no, I'm like the tornado.
Yes.
Amen. That hit the trailer park.
Right.
You know what I mean?
See, and I love that part of the character is
I'm not the trailer park. I'm the tornado.
I mean, she ain't lying. And the ruthlessness and all that of her character is really good. But when she goes on some of these rants, she'll take them to places you're like, oh, wow.
It's not necessary.
Some of the father-daughter discussions, father-daughter with Kevin Costner and her,
it's not necessary.
you talking about just...
Now, it is funny when she'll say something. He'll go, look, I'm not your best friend. I'm your father. Remember that when we have conversations.
Right.
She'll say stuff. He's like, oh, please.
Yeah, I know. If it's just not necessary. You can have the same character and just tone it down a little bit. Bottom of the hour. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. We are unpacking the stories of the day. We'll get to some more of your phone calls coming up probably a little toward the end of this hour, but 866 We Be Big. A lot of you may be starting this year, not that the way my headphones sound that I'm so subconsciously thinking about it. Notice I said ear when I meant to say year. But anyway, if you're out there and you have been following the show for many years and you've heard us talking about all these great products and you think, you know what, I would like for my company or my product, I want to do some sort of marketing plan with all the Rick and Bubba platforms. I want to be part of this. Why am I not on there? How do I get started? Well, I'll tell you what you can do. You can go to rickandbubba.com and look under contact, or you can just email directly to our national team, Rick and Bubba at syndicatedsolutions.com. Rick and Bubba at syndicatedsolutions.com. And then we got all kinds of things that we can set up for you across all of our different platforms. If you'd rather do something locally and just your market, contact us directly. We can help you with that as well. So all that's there at the website, or you can just contact us at our emails. So Bubba, we got some breaking news before we get into kind of a bizarre story.
Yeah, we had talked about the USFL is coming back.
The what, Bubba?
USFL.
Okay.
Coming back to play spring football.
Because the other spring football programs are doing so well.
Yes. Yeah, some reports that are surfacing about some of the teams. Of course, they're all going to be playing in Birmingham. Birmingham will have a team in that.
Yeah, because the last time we talked, we didn't know, did we?
Yeah, we didn't know. And according to reports, former Auburn coach Gene Chizik will be the coach of the Birmingham team, and Kevin Sumlin will be the coach of the Houston team.
No.
Todd Haley will be the coach of the Tampa team, and I'm not familiar with this coach of New Orleans, Bart Andrus. I think he has been a coach in Europe and in Canada, and maybe of the
That's Ted
the
Lasso.
Generals one time.
Ted Lasso. That is Ted.
How's that show?
Yuck.
Okay. Man, ain't nothing you can watch.
No. Ted Lasso's not necessarily yuck, but the rest of them are.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
So I'm glad that Gene Chizik will get back in, and Kevin Sumlin will be back on the field again.
Raleigh Dodge is a tough one to follow.
Yeah, it is. Thank you, Greg.
I got a lot of respect for Gene Chizik. I mean, as far as just a man, just a great man. And only thing I can think about now he's going to be busy. I liked it better when we could call up and say, "Hey, I got a man that you can speak to." So
I got to ask though, what is? And I feel the same way about Gene and the Coach Chizik on this, but this has failed so many times. And you look at him and Sumlin and go, that you have to ask them the same question we've been asking for years now. What makes this different for you to pull the trigger and say, this is the moment I'm jumping back into coaching?
Well, I guess they gave him a paycheck. They
guaranteed money?
Or the fact that it's not a huge commitment. And I just get to still coach a little football.
And I get to stay in the same place.
Yeah, and it's not a huge commitment.
All right.
The USFL will kick off in April, and they will have 8 teams playing a 12-week schedule.
All in Birmingham.
Yes,
right?
that is correct.
And they're going to play at Protective Life and Legion Field?
Yeah.
80% of it at Protective Life, 20% at Legion Field, last we heard.
And you know what this means, don't you, for the show? Speedy will be the hype guy.
Yep.
Speedy, you going to hype just for the Birmingham team or all the teams that play at the stadium? You going to stay just at Protective Life?
Yeah.
And you
Probably
do any
so.
games that are played there?
I've worked both, but
Yeah. I bet you prefer to work Protective Life, wouldn't you?
but it's a nice setup.
Yeah,
it's a good stadium.
Yeah, it is. So, I mean, are you going to work with the team or the league?
They haven't contacted me yet. I don't
they
know.
will.
Well, it's just a matter of time.
Wait till Mean Gene I bet if he heard that, he'll be calling you so fast.
I think they're going to let you ride a stallion in. Birmingham.
That's right. Gosh, that'd be great.
Bareback.
So they are getting that name back. Are we back to stallions?
I think
again?
so.
Greg, you make it.
I
He'll
don't
throw
know
something
now.
out. God, you're reckless.
I know.
Maybe
the Bolts. I don't know. Don't forget the XFL's coming back too.
Is that still going?
Didn't The Rock got something to do with it?
I don't
I
even
think
like
you're
this
right.
conversation.
The difference on this is like I say, the whole league, every game will be played in Birmingham.
Greg, I got
And this
that.
is
I'm just saying, but that's Rick. That's going to push it over the top.
This is to get the kinks out, and then next year they'll go to their cities.
Let me tell you what I say when these pro spring leagues pop up. Really enjoy it for a year. Because they won't be back. But enjoy that 1 year. That 1 year's a lot of fun.
Get your merchandise while you can.
Listen, when we had that, whatever that last one was.
Now, Rick, that didn't last but 3 months.
Can I tell you, though, my sons had a great time with it.
I know, but I've never seen.
For the short period of time.
We're not going to go back into it because we've covered it, but that was the most bizarre thing.
That don't even get me started.
Yeah, that was supposed to be run by people who knew what they were doing.
No,
and they were already broke week 1.
You know, when we had Hallman on,
Bubba gets upset about this.
When we had Hallman on, he said that's the thing about this USFL is it's funded.
We've heard that before.
I know, but that's what they say.
We've heard
you remember the last league. What was it called?
I don't, American something.
AFL.
American League of Football. Or
something, ALF.
FDIC.
I like the uniforms and the T-shirts and hats we got.
It was fantastic.
And you had people who had set this up that were supposed to know what they were doing, and they, if I remember the story right, they had a line of credit, and they went to access the money, and they couldn't get it.
After week 1.
Yeah.
And then some guy come in and bailed them out and shut it down.
Yeah, he bought up everything, got all the options that they had.
Why are we reliving this?
Remember, they were trying to develop some betting app.
Right.
Remember, they claimed that was the big, that was what it was all about.
I think that was what they were attempting, and it didn't pan out.
Yeah. So,
and once they realized that wasn't going anywhere, somebody said, well, that's the only way this thing's going to make it.
Y'all know eventually one of these leagues will make it, right? I mean,
I do not. Who told you that?
You play the numbers.
Where'd you hear that?
You play
this
the numbers.
has been going on since we were teenagers.
Look, eventually,
little
one
kids,
of them
the
will
AFL.
catch.
Who told you that?
I'm just giving you the mathematical odds. Eventually, one of them's going to work.
Right.
Rick, me and you.
I'm not saying it's going to be pristine, but it'll hang on.
Rick and I were at the first Birmingham Americans game at Legion Field.
Yep.
And that we were children. We were way young.
Tiny.
And ain't one stuck from that point on.
Bubba,
I love
50,
that team.
50 years. Did you hear me? 50 years we've been trying this.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like it had never been tried.
I remember I bought one of them big felt cowboy hats that had Birmingham Americans on the front.
If you put a blindfold on and you throw darts at a dartboard, eventually you're going to hit one.
Right. Well, I think what you have to do.
That's how I'm looking at it.
Now, let me get back to this. I think you're partially right. You may not hit a bullseye, but you can hit the board.
Yeah.
And what I'm thinking is somebody's got to come in and say, our spring league expectations are so low we can attain them. Kind of like this show.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. I don't know why they.
You got to get
all of them have been. All of them have been
down.
shady.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Their economics have been shady.
Right.
I don't know a better way to put it.
And I will say this though.
No.
Out of all of them, what was I considered the most legit was the USFL.
Well, yeah,
because they went
longer.
head to head with NFL on players. They had the top players. They got 2 Heisman Trophy winners in a row.
Yeah, I don't know that that's going to be the place for
this is not
spring
like
league.
that.
I think it's going to have to be kind of a minor league setup.
Yeah, and they've tried that with the World League.
Like for instance,
Birmingham Fire.
Like for instance, we got baseball guys on the show, so maybe I'm speaking out of turn. It seems like, and I don't mean a minor league football because the people already said that it's different. It's a different sport. I'm talking about the attitude of minor league baseball. We know we don't make a ton of money, and we know we don't pack the stadium out for every game. We got some good promotions. We're having a lot of fun, and we're not trying to be Major League Baseball. We are our own
Thursday.
thing. We are Thirsty Thursday. We are minor league baseball.
Bobblehead night.
It is a fun zone. We're not sitting over here thinking we're going to make millions of dollars, but we're here and we have a plan that'll keep us alive in the city we're in based on the way we set it up. What's happening with these spring football leagues, they set it up with these expectations they can never make.
And it's also a platform for your younger guys to continue to play and get experience for the next level.
Right. But you know who is packing out stadiums? The Banana Ball bunch.
Yeah.
Because they're making it fun and people are turning out in
another
droves
good example.
for that.
Headed here this year.
Another good example.
So maybe if they can make it, I mean, you don't have to totally throw the game away and make it weird, but maybe if you have a few things that are a little more fun, a little more fan driven, maybe it'll be better.
Yeah, because it's almost like
I'm hoping. I want it to work.
yeah, it's kind of like when you're. It's like when somebody says, "I'm going to try to be, a comedian," and you walk out and you just try to do the exact same show that the most successful comedian in the world is doing, and everybody looks at you and go, "Since I have the right version of this, why do I want some subpar version of the same thing? Why don't you do something I've never heard or done or seen or done before?" If you're just trying to be another football league, well, I got a college one, I got a professional one. I like the ones I have.
Why couldn't you do this? Let me ask you this:
why do I want another version of what I've already got?
Why couldn't you do
better
a budget, Rick, and like a big piece of pie, and say for every dollar this league brings in, X amount is going to the players, and we're going to divide it up. X amount will go to the owners. X amount is going to go to the coaches. And then if you have $1 that comes in, you get paid 50 cents. If you get $1 million that comes in, you get, 500. I mean, it would be a sliding scale based on how much money it's making, and then you know what you're up against.
Yeah.
I don't know. Some of these look, I'm no financial genius, but some of these things have been a joke. I mean, if you built a house, you could do better than they've done. How can you have a line of credit, go to get it, and can't get it? I can't get over that.
There he goes
one. That's the one I don't
shady
get.
Deal. Thanks, Greg.
That was a shady deal.
Shady.
We come back. This is the way to survive a traffic jam. Also, your phone calls at 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back.
Mississippi Queen.
Come on with that.
Mississippi Queen. She taught me everything.
Yeah.
We're down around Vicksburg. There's a Cajun lady.
Yeah.
We call her Mississippi Queen.
Hey, somebody get the cowbell out. Greg, somebody say.
Got it.
All right, so as we make our way back, we do have a story. And, Bubba, this I-95 traffic jam.
In the blizzard we had, about a week ago?
37 hours stranded on the frozen Virginian interstate.
Can you imagine?
Wow, and said that there's people that were out there. You know, we had that happen here during Snowmageddon.
Yeah, it wasn't that long.
And many people still say to this day, thank God for Greg and Bubba.
You talking about the voices in the darkness?
Yeah, the voices of the darkness.
Morning and night.
Morning.
We were up there, and they would go, hey, y'all want to go in there? Well, we might as well. We're here. We can't leave.
So, Adler, we have a couple that got hungry and came up with a plan in traffic. What do we got here?
Oh, I was going to say, I was also trapped at the studio with Bubba and Greg, and I'll never forget. I came out there, and y'all, I was screening phone calls during this time, and people were talking about how they were stranded on the interstate, and just so many people in very tough situations. And I come out there, out to the desk, and I get on the mic, and I'm like, you're going to be stuck there. You need to go. You need to walk to the nearest gas station or something like that. And Bubba's like, actually, you need to probably stay in your car because you might get stranded out there in the middle of nowhere. And I was just like, oh, yeah, I'm just going to go back to screening phone calls. And so if somebody walked in the middle of the night because of me, I still feel bad about that. So I just wanted to put that out there.
No, you were young. You were young and irresponsible then.
You were young.
I do still run into people that were scared to death because they'd never been trapped outside.
It wasn't bad. Of course, Adler and I went on a search to try to rescue Kevin, and that was quite an adventure.
Yeah, we did. But
we liked to mess up.
But go ahead.
I mean, we liked to got stuck. But
yeah, I'll never forget. I was sitting passenger side in your huge truck, and I'm just sliding towards a person. It was a roller skating rink out there.
But I think the biggest thing is, like in this studio, we would have an idea. We look out there and we see what's going on. And Rick, I know you and Helms, myself, we all stopped at the same convenience store. We rounded the corner of the studio, and it was like Armageddon. We had no idea it was as bad as it was. I mean, cars were stranded in the middle of the road. I mean, just jackknifed. I mean, trucks, people walking.
I spent 10 hours on the same highway, guys.
What about when you had the baby and you were in a hotel with a bunch of people?
That I hardly knew.
What a stressful.
And hey, by the way, at that point in time, Amanda was still breastfeeding this baby.
Mm-hmm.
She's at the hospital. And so now we're having to introduce bottles and all this stuff. And I'm just like, what'd I do?
Yeah.
This story right here is
creative. I didn't, Greg.
No, he didn't do that.
It's a creative idea in case it happens again.
Yeah, so
I like this.
Look, whenever you're stranded, look around and see if you can find some food trucks.
Yeah.
So Adler, here's what we got. Go ahead.
This couple hadn't eaten a thing for nearly 37 hours stranded on this frozen Virginia interstate. So they called the bread company whose truck was just ahead of them, asking if they could have what was inside. To their surprise, the driver of the truck was contacted and given the go-ahead to start handing out bread to more than 50 hungry motorists.
How about that?
Now, see, that right there, that's thinking.
Well,
you look up, you see a bread truck, and you say, hey, get on the phone. Call this company and tell them their truck is stranded with us right in front of us. We are looking at a truck full of bread, and we're starving.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we can find a peanut butter truck.
Yeah, you're in that situation. Just, dump out everything you got. See what you got and what you can come up with. And that's what they did. They looked around and said, hey, we got a bread truck. We got food here.
There's some
bread.
bread.
We can just get them to give it to us.
We had to eat snow and eat bread.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's
and
right. Snow is water.
Yeah, I mean, we look.
Just don't eat the yellow snow.
No,
hand out that bread and enjoy it, and because when you get the kind of hungry these people are getting, when you get the kind of hungry they get,
bread, Rick, bread's so good.
bread, and they had the bread.
How long? 37 hours.
37 hours.
Rick,
boy, let me tell you something.
That's bad.
Look, I've seen us have a meltdown here 37 minutes when you need.
Oh my goodness. You know, somebody had brought up a question the other day too. Because we were telling people during that snow situation, we started running numbers and we talked to some experts about how long you could run your car off how much gas you had, and it depended, greatly on the size of engine and know how much gas you had and all that. But to run it like 15 minutes and cut it off, because you also have carbon monoxide issues and all that. So we were trying to pass that information along to everybody. What if you're in a new battery car? What do you do?
It's a good question there, Mr. Bubba.
I mean, how long can you heat with a battery car?
I wonder.
And then when it's dead, it's dead.
Because the battery's not running the entire time, right? It's only using the energy you're giving it with the pedal, or is it constantly running?
Well, I guess it runs to
but
some
if the
degree
heat's
all
running,
the time,
I get it. But
it also charges. Most of them have generators. When you're going down the hill, it puts power back into the battery. But if you're not moving, because I don't even know how a heater works in a battery car. I've never even thought about it. I guess it uses a heating element, doesn't it? Well, that won't last long. Oh, that'd be bad.
Yeah, that was a bad deal.
Oh, well, look, this is that thing where we do a shoot, ready, aim. Everybody's so fired up about these battery cars. We haven't done any forecasting, thinking ahead with these things whatsoever.
We're too busy.
Rick, I do remember that day we were talking about when we got trapped. We were doing the closed circuit feed after the show, and many of y'all heard that yesterday. And I remember seeing those flakes falling because we couldn't see outside to Speedy's point, but you could see kind of outside. You could see
a little dusting.
But I remember it looked like those flakes were big as saucers coming down. I thought, man, it's really coming down.
Because we were all going hunting and we're told it was okay.
We really were.
By a meteorologist.
Yes.
Guys, we didn't have that much snow. Let me
emphasize that.
That's what I wanted.
It was the temperature.
Yeah, that's when it went Rick and Bubba, and we went and the show was over. We thought we were going hunting.
Yes.
To your point, and then we round the corner. And I'm telling you, I couldn't believe what I was seeing.
Bubba, correct me if I'm wrong, but you actually left and turned around and came right back.
I couldn't get. I couldn't leave.
So.
I was trapped.
I should have done
in town.
that.
Yeah,
I couldn't get anywhere. And
that's terrible.
I came back and we started emptying the petty cash, and I sent Adler to get as many hamburgers as he could get before the hamburger place closed, and we ate off of them for 3 days.
We did.
I'm glad
they were
you
big
did.
burgers, dude.
Yeah,
I tried to leave too. I went that hill right behind the studio. I went up it, stalled out, started sliding backwards and sideways, and went to the bottom of the hill and just pulled right back into the parking deck. I mean, I couldn't get 100 feet from the studio.
I tried to go 5 different ways, and I was blocked by people. Everybody got out at one time to go home, and it was a mess because people were. I could have gone home if people hadn't jammed the road up.
4-wheel drive was working.
Yeah, I could move around, but I couldn't.
Rescue Kevin.
Yeah, unless I was going to go monster truck and go over, 20 Hondas out there that were piled up. I couldn't do anything with it.
Yeah, I got home because you ride the truck. The truck could do it. The Ram 1500 could do it, but the problem was other people in the way. But a 20-minute ride to my house took me 3.5 hours.
Well, there was one point I almost went through this guy's yard to get around everybody, but I didn't.
I would have taken that, Rick.
Yeah.
That 3.5 hours.
Oh, yeah. When I got home,
I should have went with y'all, but I just went. I was going a different direction. I thought, well, I need to stay on.
But think about some of these people never got home.
Highway.
They never got home.
No, never. Spent the night out there.
Yeah, they wasn't prepared to go camping.
I-20 was backed up.
Oh, man.
And some people got lost in the woods because they listened to me when I told them to go get out of their car and walk to the nearest gas station.
To never be seen again.
Sorry about that, everyone.
But you know
I'm
what?
so sorry.
We remember them.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Don't hate me 'cause I get attention. Don't turn me into what I'm not. I have to be me 24/7, and I ain't never gonna stop. No, 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 no. Rick and Bubba's in the